Oh. Uber Eats already? What do we got? Oh, wow. Okay, cool. It's pretty good. $11.31 for 2 miles. Let's freaking go, dude. And to think I was just about to turn DoorDash on. Cool. All right, so I'm going to pause DoorDash. Set my timer. There we go. That's a heck of a way to start the day. Let's freaking go, baby. All right, full battery. How you doing, guys? It's your boy. As you might have heard, we got an Uber Eats order from Cracker Barrel. $11.31 for 2 miles. I was actually thinking about heading to my main zone, which is slightly west of me. So I guess it works out in that sense. All right, let's go. Okay. Hope the signal's okay. Oh, the Wi-Fi was acting up a little bit. Let's see how I look on my end. Okay, cool. All right, let's hit the road. Let's go. I got my wallets. I got my snot rag. All right, I think we're good. But hope everyone's having a lovely morning today. Seems like we're off to a good start, so that's promising. It's a little cloudy out here, but nothing out of the ordinary. So I think we're in for a good day. Hey, what's going on, Vince? Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, it's nice and early over by me. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. Yeah, I still got some kids out here waiting to get on the bus. I think that's middle school. Yeah, I think it's middle school. Good. There we go. Cool beans. Yeah, it's not exactly toasty warm right now. The high is supposed to get up to 71. I think that's what the forecast was saying. I mean, that's definitely nice weather for sure. It's in the low 60s right now, because it's quite cloudy, as you can probably see. It's not an overcast, raining kind of cloudiness, though. It's more like just. I think it probably rained a little last night. The ground looks slightly wet. So, I don't know. But it's all good. Let's see. But yeah, don't be shy. Feel free to let me know what you guys have in store for today. If you guys have any special plans. It's really more of the same for me. Just work on and off. And yeah, that's pretty much it. But yeah, the fact that we got an order so early already, definitely a good sign. But I still have a modest $60 goal for Thursday. So I figure we tried to hit that goal as early as I can, then see how much higher we can get. I'm not sure who that is. Loco Roster 18. Is that how you pronounce that? I don't know who you are. Yeah, don't keep commenting on the channel. Man, that guy won't leave me alone for some reason. It's freaking weird. Hey, what's going on, Chip B? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good morning so far. We're on our way to pick up an Uber Eats order from Cracker Barrel. It's paying $11.31 for 2 miles. So that's pretty good. What's going on, Corey? Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. You are heckin' dope. Hope you're having a good morning as well. Must be pretty early over by you. I know it's a little before 9 o'clock Eastern by me. Turn the brightness up a little bit. Okay, there we go. Let's see. B says, I saw it's 63 degrees in your area. Yeah, it's about that. Feels nice. I can tell it's humid. I can tell the humidity. I can feel it on my fingers. Whenever my fingers like get a little clammy, that's when I know there's we got some humidity. Which is interesting because the air has been quite dry for the past week, at least. You might even be able to see it on my lips. Forgot to put on some lip balm before I went to bed. Well, it's all good. Yeah, 7 up by Corey. Oh, yeah, so you're 2 hours behind me then. I got you. 22 over by B? Oh, wow. Yeah, that is heckin' cold. All right, we're good? Cool beans. What about this guy in the white vehicle? You gonna let me cross? Let me. We're good? Anybody got special plans today? You guys gonna go out working? Doing other things and stuff? Let me know in the comment section down below. I was waiting on a roadie order. I didn't see anything though. But it's okay. Hey, do you actually look before you make a turn? That jackass just flew across the street. You can't be doing that, man. I could tell she wasn't looking, even though if you're going to make a left-hand turn, then you would see what's in the incoming lane, right? At least I would think so, but I guess that's what happens when you got tunnel vision. And it's also a good thing that I slow down and, I have my spatial awareness. Because while I can't necessarily control how people drive, I can still try to give myself a chance to react, So when you're looking at everything around you like I do, that's my defense mechanism. And doing so, it's all in the hopes that I don't get rammed and then fly across the street and paint the road. That would be very unpleasant. But I digress. All right, we just made the Cracker Barrel. Let's see. B's getting ready for the test drive. Noise, very noise. 2023. Connect to my buddy They only want 3K. Hey, as long as it's in good shape, that's a steal, dude. That's a steal. Hopefully there's no major issues with it other than the tires. I know you were saying they need new tires. And let's see. I see what he was saying. Okay, so 41 Fahrenheit after converting. I got you. Bet she didn't look at all. No, she didn't. And I don't care what kind of tinted windows you got. I can see you. You know, I can see you. So if I see you looking down like that, and then that, and then that, I know you're texting and driving. It's like, that doesn't fool me. Anyway, let me go get that Cracker Barrel order. I'll be right out, guys. Hopefully it's ready. Man, I love it when these orders are ready. Okay. All right, confirm, complete, continue, and let's see where exactly. Oh, yeah, other side of the road. Sweet. All right, just letting them know that I'm on the way. And I'm not even going to bag it. I'm just going to hold it. I mean, all we got to do is just cross the road and drop it off. So, let's see. Hold on. Yeah, cool beans. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. Just hang it. Yeah, I'll do it like that. That'll work. Okay. Let's see, what do we got here? Corey, have you heard of a town called Winton? Winton? I don't know how you pronounce that. I know I haven't heard that. And then B says, wow, that was fast. Hey, what's going on, Colleen? How you doing? Good to see you. We just picked up a Cracker Barrel order. It was Uber Eats, 11:31 for 2 miles. We're gonna go drop it off right now. Definitely a pretty nice way to start, a nice way to start the day. Definitely very nice. So, I see you're almost at your 4,000 watch hours. That's freaking awesome, dude. Very happy for you. You'll get there in no time. You might even get there by next week. You'll probably get there by next week. Just gotta wait to cross. Let's see, Colleen's saying I'm trying. Oh no, you're not trying, you're doing. Remember what Yoda said in Star Wars? Do or do not, there is no try. You're not trying, you're doing, man. You know, if that number's going up, that means you're doing something. Ah, come on, let's go. All right, maybe after this guy. Yeah, we're good. Come on, let's go. All right. Yeah. All right, we're good. Let's see. Corey says I get orders or offers that go there about 10 minutes from city limits. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I'm in my west zone. It's my favorite zone to be in. The most overall amount of merchants here. Although I don't mind the northeast area too. It's a pretty decent spot on the weekends. Or, you know, if there's like an influx of Dixie orders. Oh, what do we got here? Something for staff. Yeah, I gotta read those notes real quick. Alright, just made it to the place. Alright, it says leave at building reception. Okay, good to know. Colleen says thank you, my friend. Hey, pleasure's all mine. I basically live, you live basically on the edge of the city. Oh, so yeah, I got you. That's kind of like me. Because you figure my main zone, I live less than a mile from, so I'm pretty much right off the edge. All right, I'll be right back. All right, well done. HD Supply. Looks like they do a lot of stuff. Alright. Now I'm going to unpause DoorDash to see if we get anything from DoorDash. And I got Grubhub on, but nothing from Grubhub just yet. We'll see what happens with that. And I'll check Roadie again, see if there's any Roadies. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything from Roadie right now. That's okay. Alright, so Uber Eats, Grubhub, DoorDash. I do have offers available, or I have myself available for offers, should I say, for Shipt. So we'll see about that one too. Oh, I should pull over here real quick. Let me adjust the camera just a tiny bit. Let's see. Fast, corntastic morning for Chipman. Well, hopefully. We'll see what happens. Okay. And let's see. B asks, would anyone like a cup of Folgers? Yeah, I can go for that. Appreciate that. I'll take it black. If you don't have any like sweet and low or stevia, I'll just take regular sugar. Please and thank you. I think we'll head over to McDonald's. See if we get any McDonald's orders. And I am on the DJ bike, just so you guys know. That's the one that the smaller bike. I take that one out during the day because a lot of the bigger orders that I get, I don't usually get them until later on. So I figure this bike during the day and the other bike during the night. And we got to get a street cleaner over here. My freaking bike lane's dirty, dude. Super, super dirty. And that's no bueno. So I could be running over a patch of gravel and I wouldn't even know that there's a nail under it. Yeah, we're coming right up to McDonald's. Guess maybe we'll sit there for a little bit. See what happens. Alright, here we are. Cool beans. Fast corn-tastic morning for Chipman. Hopefully. Hey, what's going on, Holly? Good to see you. Holly says, hit that like, share, subscribe, show support, blessings. Together we grow. Indeed. And looks like, all right, Colleen says, good morning to Dolly. Noise, very nice indeed. And then B says, coffee for Chipman. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Then everybody saying hi to everybody. That's heckin' dope. Let's see. B says, go DJ, because my DJ.
Hello, Moto.
Potential spam. No thanks. No potential spam for me, or regular spam, whatever the difference may be. Alright, still no roadies. We also got Starbucks and Dunkin' over here, so maybe we can get something from over there. Or Denny's. Who knows? We'll see what happens. Cool beans. Let's see. B says, "Did you get any Winky Tippy this week?" Yeah, we got a Winky Tippy from Shipped yesterday. It was a $10 Winky Tippy, so that was heckin' dope. And then this particular order, it usually takes about an hour, give or take, to get a tip from Uber Eats. It's usually about an hour. I've heard some markets it's like upwards of 24 hours. I don't know which ones though. I forgot to put my mile tracker on. Whoops. Oh well. There we go. Yeah, we still got our blocks with Grubhub, but nothing yet from them. Waiting for a follow-up order with Uber Eats, maybe. Something from DoorDash. Hey, what's going on, Kelly? Good to see you. Those are some heckin' dope corny emojis you got in the chat. Hope you're having a good morning so far. I just did an Uber Eats order not too long ago. And we're waiting to see what else we can get. Oh, look at that. We got floating hearts. How very sweet. How very thoughtful. Appreciate the jewels. You are heckin' dope. Let's see. Hi in Italy. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but hello. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you being here with us. You should make a roadie emoji. Yeah, I do have one. Let me send it in the chat. I know at some point when we get more channel members, I'll be able to make more emojis. I'll be able to make more. All right, let me. So this one. That's the roadie emoji. There we go. And let's see, B says, I found the trailer. Yep, that's the one. I might put DoorDash emoji back in. I got to see what I'd swap it out for, though. Yeah, appreciate the thumbs up. Okay. Cool beans. All right. Yep. We're just waiting. See, what I'm doing right now, this is my least favorite part of dashing. It's the waiting, you know. The waiting part, I hate it so much. And, you know, I know some people are out there, they're like, you know, oh, I'd rather wait and get something decent. It's like, well, I get that, but you never know. Like, you can't guarantee you're going to get a good order from waiting countless minutes. There's no guarantee. You know, these apps are totally in control of what they send us. And they're also in control of what orders are available at any given time. So if you want to play the waiting game in vain, more often than not, be my guest, right? That's up to you. If it works out for you, then awesome. Great. Happy for you. But, you know, I don't always feel like waiting, especially knowing that those kind of orders don't really come around too often. And they don't. You guys see the orders I get. They're not particularly impressive. Heck, this order is not very impressive at all. It's it's $6.41 going 4.4 miles. Yeah, that's too far. Definitely too far. I also don't like the drop-off point for that order. It's taking me up by Garden Street, and Garden Street is so slow, dude. Like, there's a lot of merchants there, but I almost never get anything there. Let's see. Thank you, Chip Man. You help Miss B. Yes. That's what I call cherry picking. Yeah, there's nothing inherently wrong in cherry picking. I kind of do that. I know for Grubhub, I definitely cherry pick. And Uber Eats, sort of. DoorDash, sort of. With Shipped, I definitely do. Roadie, I definitely do. But it depends. Hey, what's up, Blaze? How you doing? Everything's a choice. The apps don't control us. Patience is its own rewards. Works out in the end. Yeah. Let's see. Hi, friend. I don't understand what you're talking about, but I'm here to support you. Yeah. So if I'm guessing you're new to the channel, but I do gig work. So I deliver DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, other apps on my phone, and I do them on my bike. So I do bike dashing. That's what I call it, bike dashing. So DoorDash on a bike. Now, it's not the only thing I do. It's definitely not the only thing that I do. So, when I picked out my channel name, I did that purposely to not typecast myself. That way I don't get called a gig tuber. It's like I'm not a gig tuber. I just do gig work. And I'll post clips of Lucy or really just whatever, I do corny joke of the day in my shorts feed as well. I mean, that's not exactly gig work, is it? Unless you want to go down the rabbit hole of semantics about what is and isn't a gig. And whether or not said gig is a gig because there's money or not, or I don't really care. I'm just me doing my thing. That's all there is to it. So yeah, no roadie orders. Still nothing from DoorDash yet. Still nothing from Uber Eats. I might move around a little bit. We'll see. Let's see. I write using Google Translate. Hey, that's fair. Yeah, those tools are pretty cool. It seems like it helps break language barriers. Let's see. B says pretty palm behind you. Oh, that one? It's fine. It looks like a feather duster to me. Let's see. You don't have palms over by you? Yeah, I wouldn't think so. And let's see. I've been living in Italy for 20 years now, and I speak Russian, Ukrainian, Italian, but unfortunately, I don't understand any other languages. Oh, we got a trip radar. What do we got? You know what? Yeah, I'll take it. It's not a great order, but it's another Cracker Barrel order. It's paying $4. It's going a little under 2 miles. Okay, we got it. So there we go. We got the order. Yeah, let's go, Uber Eats. So I'm going to pause DoorDash again. Just get my timer. All right, the timer's set. That way I don't lose the dash. Now let's head back to Cracker Barrel, pick up that order. It's a good thing I didn't go too far away from Cracker Barrel. Let me just do a quick U-turn. All right, there we go. Now let's see. Blaze says, that's what I like about you, Mike. LOL. You stand out from other gig tubers. Be your own type of driver. Respect that. Yeah, it's just how I roll, Just being me, doing my thing. All right, you gonna let me pass? Cool, thanks. They let me go through. That is heckin' dope. Let's see. We're gonna go. Yeah, I want to cross over that way. Get in that left turning lane. Gotta wait for some of these cars to pass, though. One thing I notice about these trip radars is that a lot of the time there's either no tip or a lower tip. I wonder if that's why they put them as a trip radar. Sometimes they make up for it by having higher base pay. I remember doing a trip radar that paid like $23, and it was a small shopping order. And I come to find out that like 20 of the dollars was just base pay, and I'm like, what the heck? That order must have been tossed around a lot, you know? There's probably a lot of drivers declining it because the pay was probably low. And then I guess Uber Eats just jacked up the base pay, try to get someone to take it. Which I don't necessarily disagree with. I mean, it was 20-something dollars after the fact, right? So, I don't know. Could have been worse. They're letting me pass. Cool beans. Yeah, I hate having to go through this area sometimes because it's the I-95 intersection. And we know how in Florida turn signals are not the norm, let's just say. And basic decency is not the norm either. Doesn't matter if you're on a bike or not. Basic decencies, baby please, just like Louis Marco would probably say. All right, hold on a second. There we go. All right, we're good. Just right around the corner, heading back to Cracker Barrel. Hopefully the order's going to be ready. Hopefully this Jeep behind me doesn't try to flatten me out like a pancake and serve me on a plate with some butter and syrup. That'd be no bueno. Cool beans. Let's see. It's good that there is Google Translate I can write. Yeah, that's great. That is heckin' dope. Heckin' dope. Wish everyone here peace, happiness, health, and love. Hey, we appreciate that. We appreciate you being here with us. You are heckin' dope. All right, just made the Cracker Barrel. So let's see. Blaze says, gotta go do my rounds now. You be safe. Take it easy, Mike. Thanks, Blaze. You be safe out there, too. Appreciate you popping in, saying henwo and all those things and stuff. You are heckin' dope. What's going on, Bud Files? Good to see you. We're just running inside Cracker Barrel, picking up this Uber Eats order. It's only paying $4, but yeah, it's going a short distance, so it's good enough. Let's see. B says, rude drivers everywhere. Yeah, no kidding. They all love visiting Florida, though. Let's see. B says, glad to see you in a helmet. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Share Bear? Good to see you. I'm just running inside, picking up this Uber Eats order. So, I'll be right back out. Appreciate everyone that's been hitting the like button, popping in this morning. You guys are heckin' dope. get the order. Yeah, they said it would take a minute. I guess it literally did take a minute, so that was cool. All right. Now, since I gotta go slightly further for this order, not too much further, but slightly, I will put it in my bag and wear it. Uh-oh. Okay. I mean, the other order that we did earlier, all we had to do was cross the street, so I didn't even bother packing it up. For this one, we got to go slightly further, so I figured might as well. Hey, what's going on, Sandra? How you doing? Good to see you. We're just dropping off our second Uber Eats order of the morning. Uber Eats coming in clutch this morning. I know I was telling David yesterday how, how Uber Eats is kind of a mixed bag in the sense that I could get a few orders in a day or I get zero. It's like there really is no in between. But the silver lining being that I can at least have the days where I get Uber Eats orders at all, you know? You know me with silver lining, I probably said that word enough to fill up a shot glass, to take a shot every time that I say silver lining. But it's all good. Because, you know, my favorite job, this is what I do. Oh yeah, I got this track. Yeah, I know it says 1.7 miles. I'm definitely going to cut that down because I could cut right through here. That saves about 0.4 miles alone. Then one of my other shortcuts, same thing. Let's see. B says emojis. Yes. Some heckin' dope emojis that I wouldn't have been able to publish without all the heckin' dope channel members that we've had. Time check, we got, it's about 9:30 right now, so the day is still very early. Just heckin' dope. Now we'll see if we can maintain this momentum. I figure we're operating on a $60 goal today. So if I make the $60, I'll consider it a modest success. But if it's still early by the time that I make the 60 today, then I'm going to go higher, of course. I mean, ideally, I would like to make at least $100 a day. But I also know my market well enough to know I can't always pull it off. And that's okay, as long as I go for it, you know? Like if I sit at the house and sulk and feel bad about myself, be like, oh, you know, I'm not going to make $100 a day, so why even bother? It's like, well, I'm still going to go out and make some money, and even if it's not that goal, then so what? Doesn't matter. I came out and I went for it, and even if I didn't make it, it doesn't mean that I didn't deserve to have it happen. I used to, you know, when I was going through my depression and my self-loathing in the past, any time that I'd fall short of a goal or an expectation, that, you know, I would tell myself, like, hey, if it didn't happen, that means I didn't deserve it. But I don't believe that. That's not true. And ever since overcoming it, you know, it's not me just telling myself, like my rational side of myself, that, oh, well, I know better. Just because I say that doesn't mean it's true. But no, I truly, genuinely believe that now, you know? Been in a much better headspace for the past several months now. So even if I don't succeed at first, it doesn't mean that I don't deserve to succeed, you know? It's like not everything works out the first time that you go for it, but that's okay. Because if you stop going for it, it's never going to happen. So don't give up. no matter how discouraged you may feel. Because when you give up, you never find out if it happens for you. Let's see. What would you do if you woke up one morning and the ship changed its name to Tipped? I don't know. That would be cool, though. Oh, I get that, Chip. I'm working on changing my self-talk to positive. Yeah. I mean, positive self-talk's good, but you really gotta convince yourself to believe it, you know? And really the best way, at least from my experience, the best way to truly believe in the self-talk, the positive self-talk, is to never give up, no matter how discouraged you feel. And I also look back at, that almost 20 years of self-loathing and depression. I can look back at it and be like, I never really lost hope. That's why I'm still here. And I've learned a lot about myself in those stages of my life, Every time that I failed or came up short, I learned a lot about myself. And I learned a lot about what it takes to hopefully see it through with something in my life. And one by one, things were coming together because I didn't give up. Or I would stop giving up, because I've given up on a lot of things in my life, I've given up on a lot, and quite often. But every time I didn't, it planted a seed, it planted a seed that if I don't give up, it could happen, it could happen. But the only way to know is to not give up. Because if you give up before anything happens, then how do you know that it was going to work out? The only way to find out is to, literally find out and not give up. That way you don't spend the rest of your life thinking about the could haves, the would haves, the should haves, the what ifs. I mean, I think about the 17 years of me being on YouTube prior to being monetized last year, and how I would tell myself throughout those years, like, I want to be a content creator. I was just so fascinated by the idea. I mean, I know I've told this story many times, but, I was just so fascinated to being a content creator for 17 freaking years before I get monetized, And I think about all the times I gave up when it seemed like, it either seemed like there was promise, like a light flicker, but then the first bit of pushback, and it, it's like, oh, it's too hard. But something kept telling me, like, hey, Mike, if you want to be a content creator, then you got to go for it, man. And when you go for it this time, don't give up. And, this channel was that. This channel was that revelation that I went for it again, and it happened, and I didn't give up. And I also met a lot of cool, supportive people that helped me get there. And a lot of you guys are still here with me, and that's awesome, dude. It really is, man. Because I know when my YouTube channel got monetized, that was like one of the coolest things to ever happen to me, dude. Because that was like a lifelong prophecy fulfilled. And I'm still here. And you guys are still here. So, not to get overly sentimental or sappy to start off this Thursday morning. It could be the melatonin levels, because I get rained out here, but, it's just me speaking my mind about it too. Let's see. Oh, it said, please don't knock. Let's see, what do we got here? Hey, what's going on, Coffee Cake? Good to see you. How you doing, Queen? Must be on the phone. Oh, no, I'm just monologuing to you guys. As long as you can, hear something. I don't know. Let's see. So happy for you, Chip. You deserve this monetization. Thanks, Chip. Appreciate that. I'll be right back. Let me just go drop this off. All right, what is this? Turn on delivery. I thought, what? I already have delivery turned on. Why is it saying why is it telling me to turn on delivery? I don't understand delivery sometimes. I mean, they've made it pretty blatant that a customer can change their address whenever they want. I find that very sketchy. Yeah, how's your morning going, Coffee Cake? Appreciate you stopping in, saying hello. Hope you're having a good day today. We're off to a pretty decent start. Got 2 Uber Eats orders, and I'm going to unpause DoorDash again. Let's see if we get the DoorDash order, perhaps. Okay. What do you got for me, DoorDash? What hast thou got? I know there's something out there. Oh, let's go. All right, we got DoorDash, baby. All right, so this DoorDash order, it's taking us back to the same apartment complex. It's going a little under 2 miles for $5.50 from Wendy's. So let's take it. Here we go. Got another order, baby. Got another order. And I'm going to pause Uber Eats. And then I'll put Uber Eats back on as we're delivering the DoorDash order. Because, you know, I don't want them to send me an order that doesn't make any sense, you know? So I figure my best discretion is to turn the apps off that I don't have an active delivery for and only turn them back on the way to delivering the next order or after I deliver the order. Because I figure if I find myself keeping all the apps on, I guess except for Grubhub because they barely send me anything, I just don't want to, you know, I don't want to take a conflicting order while I'm actively delivering another one. And if time-wise I'm not ready for it as well, because I don't want to get dinged for, you know, being late to the restaurant, you know. Oh, there's roadie orders. Oh, let's freaking go. Where are they going? All right. Ooh, all right. I'm gonna go for that one. All right. Yeah, there's roadie orders in here. Let's freaking go, dude. And okay, there's another one too. I'm gonna submit for that one as well. All right, we can cross over. No, we can't. All right, I gotta wait. All right, I just submitted for 2 roadie orders. Now, the thing about roadie, it takes up to 15 minutes to get approved. Well, not approved, but it takes up to 15 minutes for them to make a decision if I get the order or not. So, fingers crossed while I'm picking up this Wendy's order. I just got to move over to the next parking lot. But yeah, if we get both of them, that'll be great, dude. That'll put us over $33 for the day after that. We're going to be over $20 after this Wendy's order. All right, what is this? Okay, I wasn't selected for one of them. That's okay. Which one did I get declined for? Oh, I see. Okay. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, that's lame. Yeah, the higher paying roadie order I got dinged. Not dinged, but I got turned down. Turned down for what? Okay. Oh, we just got a notification from DoorDash. Said Alicia's order's ready for pickup. Sweet. Must have been in the mechanic shop since Barn Mike due to car issues. See. There's another Mike in here. Oh yeah, there's Mike Litoris. What's going on, Mike? Appreciate you popping in here and saying hello. Okay. We're just on our way to pick up this Wendy's order. All right, we're good. I think maybe what I'll do, I just canceled that other offer with Rody. I think what I'll do is I'll wait for a price bump. If we get a price bump, I'll submit for it again. I was hoping to get the other one because it was almost $12, but I got declined. I think someone else probably submitted for it. They might also be closer to the CVS than I am. I'm not far away. You know, like about a mile and a half from there, which isn't too bad. But it's all good. All right, so I'll check on that roadie in a bit. They said the Wendy's order's ready, so I'm going to run in there and pick it up. Just made it. Okay. Yeah, didn't get it. Why they deny you? Yeah, it's probably just because they had another driver. They probably submitted for it before I did. It's okay. You win some, you lose some. All right, I'll be right up. Let's go pick this up. Just got Elisa's order. There's practically no ice in this thing. Oh. I wonder if they actually put ice in here. I'm gonna put it in the front basket because it'll fit like a glove. Just got to move a couple things over. All right. There we go, and make sure that's on tight. All right. There's that. And then I'll use that to cushion it in a little more. Nice. All right, the order is secure. It's a good thing I got those front baskets on my bikes. I do that as another option to not have to pop open my delivery bag. Because if the order fits nice and snug, I haven't had any experience with spillage. I also put eggs in the front too. It holds it quite well. All right, I just let them know that I'm on the way. Good stuff. Let's see. Hearing, is Rody a restaurant? No. So Rody is they're a delivery company owned by UPS. So they're kind of like, you know, these other apps, DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, Shipt, etc. And they usually partner with a lot of automotive places. You can do curbside pickup from Walmart. You can also do retail checkout and pharmacy prescription from CVS. You know, like the RX delivery. So that's what Rody primarily does. I signed up for roadie back when I used to drive a car. And I didn't start using roadie until I became a dasher. Because that was when I found out that roadie does prescription delivery. So I thought to myself, oh, well, this is an interesting prospect. Maybe I can get some orders from them, you know? And it turned out that I did. So I was like, all right, well, I'll just keep roadie as an option whenever the other apps are slow, you know? Speaking of roadie, let me check that order and see if we got a price bump. Oh, there's 2 orders again. All right, where are they going? Oh, okay, yeah, they're going like opposite directions. I don't know. I don't know about that one. I'll wait for a price bump. If I get a price bump, maybe I'll go for them. They're only like $6.50, but I gotta go to the merchant, and then the mileage that it claims that it is. That's based on from the merchant to the customer. So technically, it's more miles. But if the price is high enough, I'll take it. Because I do have dual battery of both my bikes, as you guys probably know by now. But I don't want to be wasteful of my miles, you know? If something's just going too far, or if it's just paying too little for how far it goes, then, you know, if I can't get a price bump for it, then I'll just decline it. That was close. Oh, bumpy wumpy. Another bumpy wumpy. Alright, cool beans. Alright, yeah, I know exactly where this is at. I know who this is, too. One of my regulars. So in other words, they give a winky tippy, so that's heckin' dope. Chipman, how long did you do apps with the car? Yeah, so the first app that I signed up for was Shipped. That was back in July 2020. And I did that until I was doing the gig apps in a car till January 2023. That's when I stopped dashing with a car. And around that time, I bought my first electric bike, the Luckkeep X1, and I was doing my bike dashing. The first few months of my bike dashing, I was using that bike, and you know, it was going pretty good for what it was. Now I needed more range, so I wound up getting a different bike called the Victrip Titan. That was a good bike. I wouldn't mind getting that bike again. So, yeah, the first couple months of that, I was also working on selling the car, depending on how well the bike dashing would go, because the insurance was just way too high. And, you know, I had a major repair for the hydraulic system that costed almost $1,800 from Firestone, and they screwed it up. It didn't work out. And I was just getting fed up, man. You know, too much of my hard-earned money was just going back, fixing that car with the 240,000+ miles on it. You know, it was just too much, and I wasn't making enough to make up for it. So I found I forgot what they do, but I found a company that buys cars in any shape, and all you got to do is just sell the car and give the title and everything to them, and that's it. So that's what I wound up doing. The Nigerian Nightmare says, "Shut up, Mike." Well, thanks for coming to the channel, Nigerian Nightmare. Let's see. B says, "Did you say the Titan?" Yes. One of your regulars, that's what you do, says Stiffy. Yes. And then he says, "Hey there, handsome. See you on the dance floor dancing. So please don't stop the Stiffy song." You're funny. All right, let me go drop this off, and I'll be right back. All right, 107. Yeah. And the drink is good. The food's good. Nice. Very nice. I like when things work out for me. Feels good. All right. Let me zip that up, and I'll be right back. All right, just made it back. So one of those. Oh, we got the roadie. Let's freaking go. Yeah, I was just about to tell you guys. I submitted for a roadie order. It was one of the ones that was available. They bumped it up to $10.12. So I submitted for it. Looks like I got it. So that's heckin' dope. I think I gotta restart that though. Let me see. Okay, yeah. Okay, they want me to take a selfie. Come on. All right, hold on a second. Come on. This freaking selfie thing's not working properly. Come on. I am smiling, gosh dang it. There we go. Oh, let me try it again. All right, got it. Yeah, that took long enough. Jeez. Titan, insane name, kind of scares me. Yeah. It exudes power and might. Well, maybe. I don't know. No. Man, every time I come over here, Rhodey be tripping. Let's see. Yeah, that would require me to come back here. I'll wait for that other roadie for a price bump. We'll see what happens with that one. It's only $6.50 and it's going the opposite direction of this other roadie customer. But if it price bumps, then I'll take it. And I did pause DoorDash. I just got to set my timer. Cross over. And wait for these buses. Let's see. Juliet sounds too prissy. DJ is good. What's going on, Lillian? Thanks for popping in. Hope you're having a good morning so far. Or evening. Whatever your time zone is right now. Dopamine Jacuzzi is on every platform apart from YouTube, Mike. You should listen. It's a hassle uploading to YouTube. I see. Is it on your Spotify? if you can send me your Spotify, or if you have it on, if you have your Spotify on YouTube, I'll check it out sometime. Let's see. Lillian asks, "Can I have $1?" Well, I did find $1 on the ground yesterday, but I'm keeping it. Okay, good. They gave you a roadie. Yes, indeed. That's funny. Forces a smile. Yeah, I got a smile with my teeth too. It's like I don't like smiling like that. I think I look like the Joker from Batman. Let's see. Stiffy says, Mike O'Hearn. Oh yeah, that 6 foot tall, that 6'3", 250-pound natural bodybuilder, right? In his late 50s. Was he like 56, 57 now? Natural. 250 plus pounds. He weighs as much as 2 people. How do you weigh as much as 2 people, have insane amount of muscle, super freaking lean, super freaking strong too. He's really strong too. And natural? Come on. Like, get out of here with that crap. Colleen says, "How's your morning going, Mikey?" It's going pretty good. It's actually going pretty good. Yesterday was really slow. We only wound up making like $25 when I was out for that like couple hours yesterday morning. It was a little better when I came out yesterday evening. We made about $40 and change. But this morning we're actually doing pretty solid. After I do this roadie order, we're going to be over $30. So that's good. And a lot less time, and it's quite a bit earlier too. You figure it's only just turning 10 o'clock by me. So definitely a good sign. Let's see. Stiffy says, "Yes, it's on Spotify. My master will send." Oh, fair enough. Probably on Discord, I guess. So I'll check that out sometime. Because I don't have Discord on my phone. I'd rather not get constant pings and notifications. Same reason why I don't... Well, I do have Messenger on my phone. I just have notifications off. But, like, no one talks to me on there, so... I'm kidding. Well, actually, the talking part, not kidding. But the being sad about it, I'm kidding about that. Okay. And then we got... Oh, Semp's here. What's going on, Semp? Good to see you, buddy. Fantastic morning to start the day. Oh, yeah. I'd say we're in for a corntastic day. Faux show. Depending on how things go later on. Which, I mean, if right now is any sign of what's to come later, knowing that it's also going to be busier, I think we're in for a pretty decent day. We're about halfway to get the roadie. Just cut through the Walmart parking lot, as I always do. It's either that or I take the highway. I'd rather not do that. Let's see if they're gonna... Alright, you want to speed up a little bit, please? Let's go. Come here, you two. Like 3 miles an hour. You can go 5, you know. You can go 5 miles an hour. You don't have to go 3. But to each their own. I think he's 57 or 58. Definitely not natural. Yeah, no. I mean, you don't look like freaking Adonis or Hercules at almost 60 years old and be natural. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't care if like you're taking performance enhancers to look good, to feel good for yourself, or if you have like bodybuilding aspirations, or if you're like into competing in a sport. Because yeah, a lot of people that compete in the higher echelons of any sport, they're also taking drugs too. It's just part of the game, you know. It's just part of what they do. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Don't run me over. Thank you. I think he's very good at training anyways. Oh yeah, he knows what he's doing. I definitely don't agree with everything he says, but, you know, he looks good. I'll grant that. I mean, for him to be almost 60 years old and to look the way he does, he probably responds well to gear. You know, he probably responds well. He must have good genetics, you know, because when it comes to stuff like, you know, when people talk about genetics, when it comes to competitive sports or like, you know, bodybuilding and stuff like that, it's not just about how good you are at the sport, and it's not just about how lean you can get, how much muscle you can pack. It's also how well your organs function when taking, you know, the enhancements. We'll just say the vitamins, right? When you're taking the vitamins, that's also part of genetics too. I know one of the most decorated bodybuilders of all time. He went by the name Flex Wheeler. He had an absolutely incredible physique in his prime. I mean, he looked like a god among men whenever he competed on that stage. And you know, on the surface, you would think, oh, he has amazing genetics, and he certainly did. He had like those round, full muscle bellies that looks very impressive, right? But he also had liver problems, and his liver problems got worse as he got older. And he even had to have one of his legs partly amputated because of it. So, despite how good his genetics were for, you know, having muscle bellies and stuff, and like the favorable attachments and stuff like that, a part of what makes his genetics not absolutely elite is because of the organ problems that he had, because of his bodybuilding and because of the, you know, the PEDs, the performance enhancing drugs, you know? So that's definitely an overlooked part of bodybuilding and sports that people don't put much thought into, is how well do your organs function? How well does your body actually function when taking these drugs? You know, if they function incredibly well and you live to an old age without any serious health complications, then you definitely have good genetics. You know, just gotta look beneath the surface with that stuff. If it's up your alley, I guess. I don't know. If it's in your wheelhouse, should I say. We're about to cross the road. We're almost there to the CVS. Only about a quarter mile to go. Now let's see. There once was a man named Mike the Bike Dasher. Yeah, that song's heckin' dope. Definitely got to shout out my buddy Eric for making that song. I think it was like over a year ago now. Has it really been that long? Jeez. Would you wrestle a disco stick held by Michael Hurt? No. That's not up my alley either. But hey, if you feel like it, you can go right ahead. Do you like my master's new program? Yeah, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, as long as you're making gains and you feel good, that's all that matters. Yeah, if you're making gains and feeling good. Because, you know, people, you know what it is? It's like a lot of people realize just how simple when it comes to, you know, becoming more athletic, building muscle, getting stronger, stuff like that. It's actually pretty simple. It really is when you break it down. The not so easy part is the commitment. You know, the commitment. That's really the hard part. That's the hardest part about a training program, is staying committed to the program. The simple part is the program itself. It doesn't entirely matter how you distribute the exercises, the frequency, as long as the volume's adequate and the intensity level's there, the quality over quantity. You know, it really is fundamentally simple stuff. It's just that these science-based gurus, they keep finding ways to reinvent the wheel to the point where the wheel doesn't even function like a wheel anymore. And that's my big gripe with them. They keep overcomplicating things, and they do that so they can sell their garbage programs to people that don't know any better. Sad but true, unfortunately. All right, we just made CVS. Now he's too dang big and might go hurn me down. Just looked up his pic. Holy crap, muscle bound. Oh yeah, he's a freaking god. The way that he looks, just standing there, you know. He's also an actor. He's a fitness model. He does the whole freaking shebang. He also used to compete in powerlifting. But again, he's not natural, so I think he knows that too. And it's kind of like a running joke in the fitness industry about him being natural. But it's all good. Anyway, we just made it, so I'm going to run in there, pick up the roadie, and we'll take it from there. Oh, we got the tip. Let's go. All right, we got the tip, baby. We got it. So we didn't get tip baited. That's good. All right, I'll be right out. All right, just made it back out. Well, actually, quick sip of water. Got to stay hashtag hydrated out here. All right, cool beans. Yeah, this is that Wendy's customer that we had earlier. Yeah, she also orders with Brody, and this is her order. I actually told that to her and her husband the other day, because her husband also ordered from Uber Eats. They ordered a Cracker Barrel. There we go. And I was like, "Oh, hey, I deliver roadie orders to you guys too," and he was like, "Oh, cool." So I don't know. I thought that was heckin' dope. I've seen quite a few people around here that they have like multiple platforms that they place deliveries with. And this happens to be one of them. Let's see, Share Bear says, have a blessed day. Thanks, Share Bear. You as well. Appreciate you popping in here and saying hello. You are heckin' dope. He's not natty at all, LOL. But he's very dedicated and works hard, so still props. Oh yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you're not going to look like that without a good work ethic, you know? Good work ethic, good genetics. So, you know, even though like the big running joke about him being natural is like infamous for him, I guess. I mean, he still looks good, and he acted in movies. He pretty much accomplished whatever you could expect from a fitness influencer. You know, I think he's got a sponsor. I think he's got a supplement company too, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, he's done it all. So, who am I to cut him down to size? You know. But I'll still keep it real about that, you know. Man, it's a bit early for them to be out. Jeez. Hope they're okay, whoever's involved. Good. What else we got here? Science guru's right. I agree. Their motive is financial. I mean, you know, the thing too is I have no problem with people wanting to make money. I just have a problem with people exploiting people. That's what I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with the money-making part. I have a problem with the exploitation part. And a lot of these fitness gurus that claim to be science-based, they're exploitative. You know, it's like they reinvent the wheel to the point where the wheel doesn't even look like, it doesn't even resemble a wheel anymore. And they sell it as a wheel. I don't appreciate that, you know? I really don't. Will my semi-neutral grip Swiss bar seated OHP build me up like hell? Yeah. You know, the thing too, it's like, it's not necessarily the equipment itself a lot of the time. Like any kind of gym equipment has a function. And you can make a niche for any kind of gym equipment. You can make it do any exercise you want and get some kind of good functionality from it. And, you know, when I say functionality, what I really mean is what is the intended purpose of the equipment and how well does it perform that function? So, you know, kettlebells, for example, you can do a lot with kettlebells. And when it comes to something like a kettlebell swing, which is a power-focused hip hinge exercise, it does it like no other, you know? Does it hip hinge the same way that you do a Romanian deadlift with a barbell? No. But just because it's a different function also doesn't mean one is outright better than the other. It depends on your goals too. You know, you figure if you're trying to build power and explosiveness through the hips, then kettlebells are really good. I mean, you can even come up with other kinds of exercises with kettlebells too. So it's not necessarily the equipment that's the bottom line. You know, because you can make any kind of equipment work well for what it's intended to be done for. It really comes down to not even just the exercise either, because every exercise has a function and at least does its function adequately. It comes down to how do you apply the principles of training with those exercises. You know, are you doing AMRAP exercises? Are you holding reps in the tank? Are you making strength progress gradually over time? Or is the quality of the sets, reps improving? You know, that kind of stuff's more important than the equipment or the exercises themselves. Because the equipment and exercises, you can make anything work and make it work quite well. Now, is some equipment better than others for different types of exercises? Sure, you can grant that too. You know, like a machine, like doing lateral raises with the lateral raise machine, for example, is the most stable way to do lateral raises because you're sitting down and you're putting in a pin and just moving the machine to do the exercise. And when it comes to being able to do lateral raises in a stable position, yeah, that's the best way to do it. But are stable lateral raises the best exercise for one's given goals? Maybe, maybe not. That depends. or front squats with a barbell versus front squats with a kettlebell. One has its advantages over the other. It just depends on your goals. All right, we can cross over. Nice. Let's go. All right, we got under a mile before we get to the customs place. Let's see. Queen says, turns out it's just a transmission cooler lines. Well, I'm glad they figured out what the issue was. Hopefully, they'll be able to get that fixed for you soon. Let's see. I like it more than barbells most of the time. Yeah, that's fair. For the Swiss bar, right? I mean, that's perfectly reasonable. Swiss bar definitely has its advantages, too. I know a lot of people say that they get less stress on the joints and tendons when they use a Swiss bar compared to a barbell. Or we'll just call it a straight bar, because that's pretty much what it is. Let's see. Yes, give credit where credit's due. I appreciate you, Chip Man, says B. Hey, just being me, saying how I feel. But oh wait, that's gaslighting, guys. So don't listen to me. if I'm just being transparent with my audience and saying how I feel, that's gaslighting, though. You're gaslighting me. How you doing, Toaster? Let's see. Release, you're in a Titan. Yes, I agree with that. Kettlebells versatile. Agreed, they're great. Yeah. Stiffy says I use kettlebells for abs, but too light for my deadlifts. Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned too, every piece of equipment has its pros and cons. I mean, like trying to deadlift with a Swiss bar, for example, might be a little challenging. And, trying to deadlift with kettlebells can be fine too. But kettlebells can only weigh so much, Like, I don't know how many gyms have 200-pound kettlebells, let alone how many people can actually pick one of them up, Because you figure kettlebells are pretty similar to, like, fat grip. Because usually the handles are a lot wider, the bigger that the kettlebells get. So that presents some challenges on its own as well. Hey, what's going on, Sonny? How you doing? Good to see you. We're definitely doing better this morning for sure than yesterday morning. Definitely a more fast-paced morning. We did 2 consecutive Uber Eats orders, one of which was a banger, and then we followed it up with a DoorDash order, and then we got a roadie order that was just dropping off. And then we're gonna unpause DoorDash, turn Uber Eats back on, and see what happens. Maybe that other roadie might still be available. We'll see. If it's still available, it probably has a price bump by now. Or maybe there's another one. Who knows? Okay, we just made it. Here we are. Cool beans. And yeah, the same customer that I was at for the DoorDash order. So that's cool. Gonna get a kettlebell to add for my home workouts. Yeah, right on. Steffi says, yes, Swiss bar is a lifesaver for me. I can now bench, shoulder press. My wrists are better. Hey, that's great, man. It's heckin' dope. All right, let me just go drop this off. Good thing for bigger legs, yes. And Sonny says, sounds like a good morning. Yeah, speaking of morning, how's your morning going, Sonny? You getting ready to go out there doing some gigging? You got some other plans in mind today? Feel free to share with us in the comment section down below. Okay, drop that off. Let's take a quick sip of water. And then we'll just inch our way back to the zone. Yeah, the cool thing I like about these new front baskets I got for my bike, I got them a little over a month ago. I think that's when I got them. They come with an insulated bag on the front. Freaking awesome, dude. So anytime that I put an order in that basket, it's helping to stay temperature regulated instead of it just being like a metal box essentially. So it's a metal box with a bag inside of it and insulated. So that's heckin' dope. It also solved my drink carrier dilemma that I had a little while ago, where I wanted something that can hold drinks but keep the drinks snug so they don't spill. And this does that too. So that was heckin' dope. Alright, so hit complete delivery. And we're gonna see if that roadie is still in there. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing it, so it was probably scooped up. That's okay. We're going to unpause DoorDash, and then we're going to put Uber Eats back on. And whoever sends us an order, and if it's within reason, we'll take it. Let's wait for this truck. Let's see. Stiffy says, I didn't mean I did. Didn't. With Swiss bar. Forearm stuff with Swiss bar. Use cables, barbell, wrist roller for that. Yeah, that's fair. It's another good grip strength builder is towel holds with a barbell, and you take towels, you wrap it up like a loop, and then you hold it and hold the barbell, and then you can gradually hold. You can add some weight to it, and you basically just hold it. You can also do farmer's carries like that too. That's a pretty good grip builder. I've seen a lot of power lifters do stuff like that, because you figure if you're gonna compete in powerlifting, you definitely want to have a high deadlift number, and the number one limitation with the deadlift is your grip. So when you build your grip, you're much more likely to have a grip that matches the strength of your back and your hips. Because usually, a lot of the time, if people can't initiate a deadlift off the floor, it's not necessarily because their hips and back are too weak. A lot of the time, it's because their grip is too weak. And when your grip is not strong enough, you're not able to get that proper power transfer through your back and hips. And that's why a lot of the time when the grip is the limiting factor, they struggle to even hinge it off the floor in the first place. So something like that I've commonly seen powerlifters do. So if grip continues to be a limitation for you, or if you're just trying to help build the strength in your wrists, that could be a good alternative as well. Just getting in the Target parking lot real quick. I'll open up Roadie again after we park. I'm going to find a place to park for a little bit. I would like to pee. I can wait too. At least for a little bit. Make sure the Wi-Fi's off. Perfect. Yeah, it seems like my signal is better when I keep the Wi-Fi off. I guess it also helps that a good chunk of snowbirds are gone. They're not stealing my fiber optics. I'll go there. All right, sweet. Power lifters can't use straps or vice grips. No, they can. No, that's actually that is common. So what I've seen a lot of power lifters, I've talked to some power lifters too. Actually, one of them, he used to go to a youth group at a church that I used to go to back in when I was in 8th grade, 9th grade. He played guitar. He was in the choir, and he really got into powerlifting when he was like 19 or 20. And he would use straps whenever he was going for like his absolute 1 rep maxes. So he wouldn't do the majority of his training with straps. And he wouldn't do the majority of his training with straps because if you constantly rely on straps, your grip is not going to get stronger. The rest of your, like the hips, the posterior chain, the back, those areas will get stronger, but your grip won't. And in powerlifting, you really need to have that grip strength. You really need to have good grip strength in powerlifting. So a lot of the time, they'll use that to push their absolute 1 rep max, like, just trying to see just how strong their posterior chain is with deadlifting. But beyond that, you can't use them in competing. You can use it in, what is it called? Equipped. Yeah, in equipped powerlifting you can, but only some divisions. But if you're going to compete in most federations, they either relegate equipped lifting, like straps or a power suit, to specific divisions, or you have to compete without either. I use Versa grips because I think like bodybuilding more than powerlifter. I just train forearms by themselves. Just do a mix of both, like pyramid set-ish. I mean, that's fair. It just depends on your goals, But, at the end of the day too, you're not really going to be able to get the most out of your pulling if you're not getting that adequate grip training. And when I say grip training, I'm not specifically talking like make the forearms bigger, but making your grip stronger. I mean, think about the grip strength of freaking rock climbers and stuff, man. It's just crazy. Hey, what's up, Hulk? How you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. It was pretty busy earlier. We got a decent amount of orders. It looks like it's starting to die down a bit, but we'll wait and see what happens. But hope you're having a good morning so far. Appreciate you popping in. You are heckin' dope. Just gotta blow my nose real quick, but I'm not doing it in front of you guys, and you're not gonna listen because that's weird. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Yeah, we're just waiting to see if we get anything else. Let's see. Hulk says doing great. Thanks for asking. Nice. Wrist curl, cable, single arm behind the back, 2x8 to 20 goaded, supersetted with cable wrist extension, 2x8 to 20. Hey, it's good. Seems like a lot of the top IFBB bodybuilders don't really specifically train their forearms anymore. Other than like maybe Ramon Dino, other than him maybe. But aside from that, it seems like direct forearm training in the upper echelon of bodybuilding federations is like a forgotten art. A lot of bodybuilders from like the 70s and 80s, they would talk about having that proportion, like having that symmetry and proportion of the forearms with the calves, with the upper arms and stuff like that. The neck, even. Like, they would do neck measurements in tandem with their calf measurements, in tandem with their forearm measurements. And they would talk about, like, how they should be roughly the same size as each other. And I'm like, oh, wow. Yeah, they don't do that nowadays. Definitely not. But I definitely understand why, you know, because you figure things like proportions and symmetry, those are judging criteria in the upper echelons. But the judges kind of just give it a pass. They're like, yeah, you know, weak calves, you look like you're walking on stilts, or, you know, you skip forearm day, bro. Doesn't matter as long as you have the small waist and wide shoulders, you know. Their words, not mine. Hammer curls works the forearms well. Yeah, more or less. It's pretty good for the brachioradialis. You know, that little slab that runs right around here. It's pretty good for that area. It also helps build up your brachialis a bit more as well because of the way that you're gripping. It's the way that you're gripping, you're going to fire up that brachialis. It sits right between the tricep and bicep. That helps create a deep groove. That way you can see the delineation between those muscle groups. Whenever, like, someone's throwing up their arms, flexing their biceps from the posterior view. So if you look at a good example like Phil Heath, whenever he would do a back double bicep, and you can just see that sharp delineation through his arms. And part of that's because he had a very good brachialis between his tricep and his bicep. And of course, he just had that paper thin skin, so you can see the muscle definition, and he wouldn't hold as much water because he always nailed his prep too. He was very dry and ripped, so he always nailed his prep, so you can see all that visible separation through his muscles like that. You know. What about the other stuff I mentioned? You mean the, I feel like there's a limit to my wrist roller though. The grip just got up to 11 kilogram. Well, I mean, you know, if you reach the weight limit for a particular piece of machine, I mean, you could try going even higher volume for it, or maybe you can go a little slower with the eccentric. I don't know how you do that exactly. Well, like you specifically, I'm not sure specifically how you do that. Or you can try a different exercise that has like more loading potential, I guess. Like that one I suggested, the towel holds. Let's see. I just imagine Mike O'Hearn sitting on stilts wearing a ballerina tutu. That's funny. Yeah, let's see. Come on, Rhodey, give me an order. Yeah, it's going to start slowing down now, I bet. 10:30. I'm sure it'll pick up, though. I will try or stand higher. Fair enough. Mystic214. Hello, Mystic. Thanks for popping in. Where do you DoorDash at where you can use a bike? Oh, where do you DoorDash at where you can use a bike? So I'm on Space Coast of Florida. I'm not from here, but this is where I live. So I dash here. And they do allow you to add a bike. You can sign up with a bike as well. You just have to have a valid driver's license to sign up. And they used to not be able to offer me hours with the bike as a delivery vehicle, but they started offering them last year without platinum. So that pretty much means I don't have to have platinum in order to get hours, which is great. Oh, we got Pro Shopper again. Huh. Well, that's heckin' dope. Yeah, we got Pro Shopper again. Oh, wait, that's not it. Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we got Pro Shopper again, so that's cool. I'm still not convinced that the Pro Shopper really does anything. Like, they'll put a label on some of the orders and be like, "Hey, look, you're getting a Pro Shopper order. It's a high pay order. Wow." But then I'll see orders like that without the Pro Shopper label and be like, "Well, why wasn't that a Pro Shopper?" You know? Or when I used to be platinum and I would get an order that was technically a high pay based on their criteria, but it wouldn't have the platinum label. And I'd be like, wonder why that's platinum, or why that's not platinum, but a lower paying order is. I just think it's a bunch of manipulation. But I do what I gotta do at the end of the day. So if I'm platinum, great. If I'm not platinum, great too. Let's see, reverse grip, bar, curls, works the extensor. Yep, that's true. Natric 2 says, wax your chest on stream. No. No, I'm good. I mean, unless I was like a paid spokesperson to donate hair to the needy that need hair, then fine. We can do that, I guess. We can talk about that. But for free, no. And don't send me a donation to wax my hair, because that's a no too. Mystic214 says, yes. I'm actually going to run inside and pee. I'll get a little snack while I'm at it. We're right outside of Target. I used to work here. I know I've told you guys a lot. My last year of working for the company was at this store. So yeah, I'm gonna run inside, do a quick pee-pee, and get a snack. Maybe if they have like an oat milk latte, I can get that. Yeah, maybe a snack. It'll be a little cheaper. Let's see. Do you think that it's overrated? Will all the overhead tricep extension stuff? No, I don't think it's overrated. For some people, it kills the elbows like mad. Well, you know why that is? It comes down to physics. So when you have your elbows high up like this, right? You have your elbows overhead. Gravity is pushing directly on your elbow joint in a way that it doesn't from other angles. So when you're doing a tricep push down, you're not getting those gravitational forces because your arm is running parallel to the force of gravity. It's already running down. So that basically means you're not getting that gravitational force on the elbow in a way that you would if your elbow is more raised up like this. So you're not getting that same effect. So that's probably why, like, you're getting that elbow flare up. I know you were telling me in the past about that elbow inflammation because, again, gravity is pressing directly down in a way that it doesn't when your arms are in other positions. It's really just physics. So that doesn't matter if you have a barbell, dumbbells, cable, it's physics. Is there really evidence that they will miss out on the long head? No, there isn't. There's no evidence to support that. If you want to do tricep push downs, you want to do overhead extensions, it's the tricep, right? Now, like, what part of the triceps being emphasized also depends on the exercise and angle, but again, triceps in the name, it's going to work the tricep. Otherwise, they'll call it something more specific, like long head extensions instead of tricep extension. It's a tricep. Or they'll call it medialis push downs instead of tricep push downs. But no, that's not how that works. You're going to work the tricep no matter what. Neutral grip, dumbbell, chest press, more tricep. Again, it just depends where your elbow is in relation to gravitational force. And I know that since you don't have the limitation of a barbell touching the chest with dumbbells, you can technically go lower depending on the type of dumbbell that you have. So, like if you not cuck your wrist, but if you add a little torque to your wrist like that, then you can have the weight avoid your chest, like touching the chest as much. Then you can go lower. And when that happens, you're getting a deeper stretch on the elbow. So you're going to get more of a stretch on the tricep. But it's not overly significant. It's micro advantages. So just look at it like that. But I'll be right back up. Appreciate you guys hanging out. You guys are heckin' dope. Alrighty, I'm back. We are good to go. I'm not having my snack right now, though, but I'll have it later. Just got some veggie straws. It was only about $1. So I figured, hey, it was either that or Pringles. If I got the Pringles, would have spent 40 cents more. So I was like, all right, I'll get the veggie straws then. So neutral grip, dumbbell press, close along the body is like a tricep exercise. So that particular exercise, regardless of how you do it, it's called a compound exercise because it's working multiple joints. It's not just multiple muscle regions, but multiple joints. So what's happening is you're getting adduction of the shoulders and chest, right? Which means you bring them closer together. And you might think, oh, well, if you're just pressing straight up and down, then how is it adducting? It's adducting because you got to remember the shoulder's a ball joint. A ball joint doesn't move directly up and down. It moves with a very slight curve. It's kind of like how the hips move when you do a hip thrust. When you do a hip thrust, the weight's not directly going up and down unless you used a fixed machine. It's going to move on a slight curve because that's the resistance curve of that particular exercise. That's just part of the motion. So that's what they mean when they say shoulder, chest adduction. So even if it looks like it's straight up and down, the joint is moving on a curve because it's a ball joint. That's how it moves. So just a little anatomy as far as that. And it's not just that too. It's also what's happening at the elbow, right? Because you figure when you're doing pressing exercises like that, you're getting flexion and extension of the elbow, which also means that in addition to getting that adduction of the shoulders and chest, you're also getting flexion, extension of the shoulder. That's why it's a compound exercise, because multiple muscles and multiple joints are functioning simultaneously, right? So when you do a squat, your hips are extending at the bottom and your knees are flexing at the top. And when you get in that standing up position, your hips are flexed and your knees are extended. So it's having multiple functions at once. Great morning show, Chip Man, here listening while getting ready. I appreciate that, B. Appreciate you hanging out with us. You are heckin' dope. What's going on, Lady Sky? How you doing? Hope you're having a good morning so far. We were pretty busy with the gigging, with the gig work. It's definitely slowed down right now, but we're still in a better position than yesterday morning. So we just happen to get a little more done this time of day, then we should definitely be able to crush that $60 goal by the end of the day. We actually did make over the $60 goal yesterday, so if this trend continues, we'll do better. So that'd be heckin' dope. The good thing about having less exercise and less sets could be more like focus. Maybe it's easier to progress on them, get them gains. It just depends how you program it. That's all. Let me check Brody. Yeah, no roadies yet. Grubhub is still on. Nothing from Uber Eats. It looks like that other customer did tip, though. Let me see. And they did. Sweet. Nice. And nothing from DoorDash quite yet. So you like the lat pull-down machine my master sent you, the pronated grip one with one in each hand? Yeah, it's a fine machine. It's fine. I mean, you're getting that same function. The thing about it too is that since it's not fixed with both hands holding one thing, that means that both sides are working independently. Kind of like if you're doing dumbbell bench press. You know, if you're doing dumbbell bench press, then you're trying to make both sides work together, but since they're not holding one thing, they're working independently. Which, you know, one has its advantages over the other, but it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Just depends. What's going on, Gate Smasher? How you doing? Keep making bank? Yeah, we're a little over $30 for the morning, so that's a little better than yesterday. And we haven't been out as long, so that's also a good sign that we're doing okay. Hope you're having a good morning as well. Many ways to Rome. Yes. I'm going to move around. Speaking of Rome, I'm going to roam around a little bit. Maybe I'll move closer to the McDonald's over here. See what happens. Corny matches. Yes. Hello, gates. Smash those gates, says Pete. Yeah, you figure lunchtime's coming up in a bit. I still got plenty of battery life on this battery, and then my other battery as a backup in case we need it. So we're good to go with that. Let's see, Gate Smasher says, I'm heading out to do just that today, B. Nice. That was very nice. What's going on, Cobalt? How you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good morning so far. Appreciate you being here. You are heckin' dope. Let me see. But I still don't understand the difference between neutral grip dumbbell versus normal. There really is no difference. It's fundamentally the same thing. The only difference is that instead of bringing the dumbbells closer together with your wrists like half neutral, half pronated, you're just keeping them completely neutral and pressing up and down like that. That's the only difference. It's how much torque you're putting on your wrist. That's the only difference. It's fundamentally the same thing. I've seen people where they press directly up and down, but I think if you're doing that, you're missing out on that being able to clasp the hands together at the top, so you're going to get that maximal adduction of the chest. So you're kind of missing out on that if you do it like that. But again, that's up to you. Other than that, it's just how much torque you put on the wrist, and that's pretty much it. Okay, still no roadies yet. Security gates are being replaced. And then Stiffy says Mike explains it well. Well, I do my best. It's a fascinating topic. I mean, you figure I was a personal trainer for about 3 years. I mean, I gave up on that because people are difficult and don't like to follow the program, and I was just getting kind of tired of it. Just being honest. I was also just getting burned out, constantly loading my car up with all my gym equipment and bringing it to the client's house to make $100, $200 a month. Let's see. Oh, okay, my Amazon thing came out. Tax write-off, let's go! Subscription for supplies for work. Oh wait, hold on. Gotta change this one. Snack for work. Cool beans. Let's see. I like how he explains the importance of abduction. Yeah. Do you think Swiss bar will ever be very popular, like Smith machine have been more and more? Do you see that guys are start doing reverse script Smith machine chest press more clavicular, baby? Well, the thing about a Smith machine is a lot of people discredit it as just like something noobs do. You know, it's been a heavily criticized piece of machinery by elitists. You know, you get those elitist types that say like, oh, it has no functionality, or oh, it's for wusses, or whatever. It's like, no, Smith machine's awesome, dude. You know, it's like you can use a Smith machine to replace almost anything, and you figure it is a machine, right? And it moves in a fixed path, so it's less demanding, it's less stressful on the joints. So if you need something to get some more volume without stressing the joints so much, Smith machine could be a great replacement for sure. You could do it alongside those exercises that you would normally do as well. I mean, I love doing my overhead pressing with I love using the Smith machine with one of those seats and just doing my overhead pressing with that. It feels awesome. I love doing my overhead pressing with that. That's definitely been a staple for me. By the way, I'm getting, my shoulder volume. Shoulders are getting stronger, keeping up with that, but not just like beating the hell out of the joint itself, Because the thing about free weights is, free weights are great as well. And free weights can definitely help build up strength and resilience in the joints and tendons. But you can also overdo it. And, when you're constantly stressing your joints and tendons with free weights like that, it can also break down said joints and tendons, especially if you just constantly overdo it and push yourself to the max every single time like crazy, especially as you age, right? Nobody gets younger. So it just depends on your training protocols with that too. Maybe that you're just running into a plateau and fatiguing like crazy, and you're starting to get achy shoulders from all the standing military presses that you're doing with the free weight barbell. So then you're looking for an alternative to help those joints recover, but you still want to train the muscle. Well, guess what? Smith machine. You can do Smith machine or do one of those shoulder pressing machines as well. Just depends. Let's see. Gate Smasher says, my wife has a shake weight. Oh, yeah, I've seen those things. Do they actually work? I've never actually used them before. Is abduction being good for being abducted? So, what I was talking about earlier is adducting, so ADDUCT. So when you adduct, you're bringing it closer together. When you abduct, you are opening. So, like, if you abduct, ABDUCT, the hips, you're opening your legs. When you adduct, you are closing your legs. So, good girl, bad girl. That's why that one machine in the gym is nicknamed the good girl, bad girl machine. Because you have the adducting, ADDUCT, closing your legs together, and then abducting, ABDUCT, opening the legs. I mean, unless you're one of these SJW tryhards on Twitter that is like, what do you mean, good girl, bad girl? What are you, stereotyping women? I'm like, dude, it's a freaking machine. Shut the hell up. Get over it. It's just a machine. It's just a nickname. Who cares? But you get the idea. So adduct, ADDUCT. So close, abduct, ABDUCT, open. I have good bad girl. There you go. Good girl, bad girl, good analogy. Yeah. Lift Jeeps. Let's see. T. You don't like the Smith machine in my gym for presses. So damn thick. It's like always taken as well. I mean, to each their own. I get it. Because me, like, I don't have shoulder problems. My shoulders are great. Ah! I'm kidding. But, my shoulders are about as mobile as it gets. but I still want to make sure that I'm maintaining my shoulder strength and shoulder mobility as much as I can for as long as I can. So I'll do my free weight stuff, but I really love that Smith machine overhead pressing. And I like to sit down and do it because it's just a very stable position. So instead of having to worry so much about, balancing myself, stabilizing myself in a standing position, I'm just sitting down, baby. I'm just sitting down. It's about as stable as it gets. So I don't know. That's just me. I also like doing squats and good mornings with the Smith machine too. It's a nice alternative. Because, you figure same principle applies. Like if you're doing just heavy barbell squats all the time and you're starting to get hip pain, your knees are starting to ache, you can try out that same exercise with the Smith machine. You can experiment with the angles. Maybe you can position your torso more upright so then you can sink your hips even lower, squat even deeper, but not as stressful on the joints. Same principle. That's why I like that too. There's like 6 or 8 racks, but 1 Smith machine. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. You would think there was like maybe 2 or 3 Smith machines, but then again, my gym only has 1 Smith machine. I don't know. I think they should have another one personally. But that's just me. I like Smith machine squat, but I don't do it because it's only 1 machine in my gym. Yeah, I like Smith machine squats. I like walking lunges too. That's one of my favorites. That's been my go-to free weight. One of my go-to free weight lower body exercises, walking lunges. It makes my knees feel really, really good, dude. I like the way that exercise feels on the knees. Because, it's helping me build my knees stronger. And that was kind of a problem for a little while. I know you guys remember that story back in December 2024 when I fell off my bike. I hurt my right knee and I hurt my left leg. That was my main rehab exercise, were those walking lunges. And they've stuck around ever since. Seems like they who design the gym don't train themselves. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. 1 cable station been broken since November because they are missing 1 little part. Oh, God. You know what it is, too? It's like these gyms, they outsource the repair people because it's cheaper to outsource people. Or at least that's what they tell themselves. They tell themselves it's cheaper to do that. But it's a lot less reliable because, these outsourcing companies, they buy out all these other places, and then they tell these places that need repairs, be like, oh, hey, instead of having your own employee do it, you can come to us for a lower price. You don't have to worry about overhead costs by having an employee. And they sell you on that. And unfortunately, all these places rely on that. And then before you know it, no one has employees for it. Oh, let's go. We got a banger, baby. Let's freaking go. All right, we got $10. Looks like it's going a couple miles from Sonny's Barbecue. Let's freaking go. Oh, yeah, 1.4 miles. Let's go, dude. Yeah, we got a heckin' banger. So that's going to put us a little over $40. So that's about how well we did last night. Cool. Let's freaking go. I'm going to pause DoorDash real quick. Let me just get my timer. There we go. One last check the roadie, because since we're heading over that way. Oh, there are some roadies in here. What do we got? Home Depot, 16 miles, $14.30. Nope. 11 miles, $27.78. But it's got 848 pounds of stuff. No. All right, let's get this Uber Eats order, baby. Let's go. All right. before I entered the military, we didn't have workout machines, plus being in the country of cornfields and cows, working on tractors. And yeah, I mean, you know, ultimately, I know that a lot of gym equipment is actually fairly recent, like 80s and 90s. It was actually quite, I remember, you know, I'd hear people like Franco Columbu and Arnold Schwarzenegger talking about just like making do with all the barbells and dumbbells. And there were like some specialty machines, but not much else beyond that. It's like now you can find a piece of equipment for anything. You know, times have really changed. But, you know, in the past, it's like everyone made do, right? They made do with what they had. And that could definitely be a good thing, you know? Because sometimes having too much stuff gives you like information overload and you feel overwhelmed. It's like, what do I even do? Where do I even start? But in the past, it would be that you had less options, but making do with the options that you had. I think it's definitely a good skill to have, to make do with what you got. But also, since we're in the modern day and there's more options and more opportunities than ever, you know, exploring said options after being able to make do with what you got. Because you never know, man. You never know when those options go away, and then you're not sure what to do after that. Unless you make do with what you got, right? Let's see. Gate Smash says, I hear money calling. Oh yeah, over $40 a month, but they do give us new things and make it better. Never. $40 a month. Yeah. Sonny's, woohoo! Yeah. They should have one more lat pull down machine as well. Yeah, believe it or not, there's only one cable lat pull down machine at my gym. We do have a plate loaded lat pull down as well, but yeah, that's pretty much what we got. I mean, technically, you can use the other cables and do kneeling lat pull downs, I guess. You can do that as well. But in the traditional sense of a lat pull down machine, just the one cable and the one plate loaded. And personally, I prefer the cable one. I really like the cable lat pull down one. It just it moves a little more naturally for me. And I like using the V handle because it keeps my grip neutral, and it also helps keep my elbows tight. So I really feel it in like that inner portion of the lats, that inner bottom portion of the lats. It definitely helps some good detail and thickness down there. And then, of course, the main draw of doing lat pull downs to help create taper through the lats, make them look wider. So you're still getting that benefit too. One guy thinks he owns the gym, didn't even put his bag or water bottle at the cable station once he got pissed at me. Yeah, that's ridiculous. So you don't own the gym. Like, you're renting equipment from the gym. So don't act like you own the place. And be courteous. And don't have a short fuse with people just because you're freaking roid rage and stuff like that. I bet they have roid rage. All right, I want to be a little cross. Come on. Oh, Black Betty, bam, the lamb. Oh, Black Betty, bam, the lamb. All right, we're good. Black Betty had a child, bam, the lamb. The damn thing gone wild. Bam, the lamb. All right, we crossed over, so we're good. Let's see. I make weights for myself, cleared an area in the barn. Tractor axles came in handy. Hey, there you go. Good stuff. You know, you're making do with what you got. Making do with what you got. That's how you do it. I'd even say that making do with what you got is a really good way to build like baseline problem-solving skills, you know? At least that's how I feel. Like, I do trust my instincts that, like, if I were to be displaced, not saying it would happen, but if I was like displaced from where I live and I found myself like homeless or maybe stuck in a forest, I would be able to trust my instincts to build a fort and fend for myself type thing. It does make me wonder about the younger people, though. I would hope something similar for them too. Not that I'm like this ancient person or anything. I know I'm only 31, but you know what I mean. Let's see. He should be put away. Let's see. I get overwhelmed by too many choices sometimes. Oh yeah. I definitely feel that way for sure. You'll have the lat pull down, feels amazing. Oh yeah, it's one of my favorites for sure. I just love the way, I love that stretching sensation that I get from the exercise. It just feels so good. It feels great. My apartment gym doesn't have one. That's lame. Freaking apartment gyms. I mean, at least apartment gyms have some stuff, but yeah, that stinks. Mike said natural, are you appealing to nature fallacy? Lols. Take heifers down that were 500 pounds. Jesus. 500 pounds. Heck yeah, man. Did you see the lat pull down comment? Like he only lat pulled down all through my leg day. Oh, so he's like a lat pull down addict. I get it. My master feels that with guitar tunings. Oh yeah. I see no money on the farm. How to go to the animal. Let's see. You see, that is why I got upset, mystified by the panic buyers of the winter. Like, why can't they be resourceful? Oh yeah, all the panic buying just tells me how well these individuals are going to do if we have like nuclear war or a zombie apocalypse. They're going to be the first ones dead. I'm sorry, man, but they're going to be the first ones on the chopping block, so to speak. But then again, you know, you take our internet away, you take our working power and hot water, and see what madmen we become. I'll be right back. All right, we got the order. It was ready as soon as I got in there, so that's heckin' dope. All right, I don't love the drop off because I got to go off South Street, and South Street only has a shoulder, but it's less than a mile, so it's not that bad. It could be worse. Could be worse. All right, just let them know I'm on the way, and let's head over there and do our thing. Let's see. I can understand being addicted to lat pull downs. They feel amazing. Oh yeah, for sure. I like the decompressing feeling in the shoulder blades from it. That's definitely part of the reason. Idiotic doing for 1 hour. That's so bad to do at a gym. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, especially an exercise like that. I mean, it's just a lat pull down. It's not like you're doing deadlifts and then following them up with something else for an hour. I can understand that, but a lat pull down? I don't know. It just seems a bit excessive to me. But I digress. Bama lamb. One hour, it doesn't make sense at all. Yeah, I agree. How often do they do that? Is that like a once a week thing? Like maybe they're just trying to cram in all their lat pull down volume for the week. Or did they do that like multiple times a week? Gate Smasher says, gotta run, enjoy your day. Thanks, Gate Smasher. Appreciate you hanging out with us for a little bit. Hope you have a wonderful day. You are heckin' dope. All right, we got a Grubhub. It's paying $7.28 for 6.6 miles. So I'm going to decline that. I'd have to go all the way to the northeast zone to pick up the order. So, nah, I'm good. Nobody behind us, so we're good. 15 miles, I got you. We're almost there. Only a little under half a mile to go. So yeah, I hate being on South Street because again, there's a very small shoulder and that's it. But we're not going to be on it for too long, so that's okay. And we're still very close to our main zone over here. I mean, Aldi is right across the street if I make a left, but we got to make a right. I wonder if Uber Eats works with Aldi. I don't think they do, at least not yet. So DoorDash definitely does, and Instacart definitely does too. But I think Uber Eats should try to capitalize on Aldi as well. That would definitely give me some more work options. Because even if the orders themselves aren't great, or if I find myself declining a lot of stuff, just having the options is a good thing to me. That's one of the things, that's one of the reasons why I think multi-apping as a gig work is important. It's having those options, you know? Because when one option doesn't really work out at a given moment, another option might. I've seen it twice, I think. He's known for it. Oh, wow. They might as well just call him the Lat Man. And then he says in a deep, gravelly voice, I'm Lat Man. like instead of Batman, I'm Lat Man. Yeah, we're coming right up to the place. Just got to make a right over here. Nice. It says meet outside, turn at sign that says ATM recycling. Oh, we already did that. Oh, this must be the, yeah, this is the scrap yard. That's right. I'll have to reconsider that, scrapping. I used to do that when I drove a van. Hey, how's it going? Doing all right. Kaya from Uber Eats?
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, here you go.
Thank you.
How's it going? All right, confirm, blah, 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 and complete. Got it. Let's go. Got another delivery down. And we got enough points to maintain platinum for next month. Oh, let's freaking go. We got another Uber Eats order. Oh, let's go, baby. 11.19 for 1.8 miles. Let's freaking go. Oh, my goodness. Dude, what's going on with Uber Eats this morning? This is our fourth one. Holy heck. Holy heck, fam. Man, let's freaking go, Uber Eats. Watch out for Lat Man. Alrighty. Yeah, we're on South Street. Like I said, kind of poopy doopy, but that's okay. Hey, welcome back, Kelly. Good to see you. We're doing pretty good today. So after I get this order done, we're going to be $51, $52 this morning. And yeah, Uber Eats coming in clutch. They sent us 3 bangers. We got 4 Uber Eats orders in total. One of them was only $4, but it went like about 2 miles, so it was whatever. But the other orders are great. You know, one of them paying a little over $11, one of them paying $10, and then this one's paying a little over $11 too. And most of these orders have been ready as soon as I get there, or I don't wait very long, so hey, it's heckin' dope, dude. Well, I hope you're having a good morning, Kelly, and appreciate you popping in. You are heckin' dope. Let's see, check out Ben Yane's single alarm lat pull down, the one where he sits with the pad over the leg. It's so amazing. I didn't find the way to put it in my bulking program because I already had neutral grip pull-ups. Well, if you want, maybe you can just keep that as a secondary option. So, like, if the pull-up machine's being used, then you can swap that in. That's why I like having a roster, you know? Like, I gravitate towards certain exercises depending on the muscle group, and I usually go for that first, as long as the equipment's available. And then if the equipment's not available, I think about what's next in line. Like, what's the next thing that I would do to supplement for that for the day? Or maybe I can change the sequence of the exercises and just hope that the equipment's available when I'm done. I don't know. But ultimately, it's like, use your discretion and keep your options open. So if the cable lat pull down machine is being used, then maybe I'll do dumbbell rows instead, or maybe I'll do the plate loaded lat pull down. Because I like dumbbell rows, they're pretty good. They're nice. It's a very simple, undemanding exercise, but just very good at what it does. All right, we're at Starbucks. What we got here? Gonna run inside real quick, see if this order's ready, and I'll be right back. Let's see. Good point. Have program autism, sadly. Well, just, even if you don't write it down, just keep it in the back of your head. Just keep it in the back of your head. Like, if my primary option's not available, what would be the next in line? And then B says, now, what would you do if all machines occupied? Would you ask them? No, I wouldn't ask them to hurry up. I would find something else to do. Like, if hypothetically every single piece of equipment I would use for different areas is occupied, maybe I'll do cardio or something. Or maybe I'll do a DoorDash order. Be like, BRB fam, finna get a DoorDash order, and then come back, make some gains. But anyway, I'll be right back. Ta-da! The order's done. Let's go. Just gonna pack these in the front. Or see if I can pack both. I want to at least pack the coffee. Might be able to pack both then. using my front basket. I love this front basket, man. The only thing I wish is that maybe it was just slightly bigger, ever so slightly bigger, but it's not really that big a deal. It's not a deal breaker. It only set me back about $20, so I bought 2 of them for both my bikes. So I get that utility from both bikes with the basket. And honestly, for what I'm getting from this, definitely a good value, faux show. There we go. Noise. Ah! Hold on. Fit like a glove. Okay. Now I'll just let the customer know I'm on the way. Yeah, it's taking me right back to my neighborhood, so that's cool. How much battery life do I have? We're at 53%. Yeah, I mean, as long as there's orders, I want to keep working, you know? Okay, so we got the address. The customer says, please knock on the door. Got it. You say please, or baby please. Knock on the door for my deliveries, baby please. Like Louis Marco would probably say. What do we got here? Know my gym pretty well. I set up my program for that stuff. Oh, if someone's lollygagging by the machine, ask them how many sets they got left. I can understand that. You know, as long as people aren't being a dick about it and they're asking like, oh, you know, how many sets you got left? I don't have a problem with that either. All right, we got just enough time to cross over. Let's go. Good. Nice. Check on my phone until 20%. I asked because I wonder what to do in that situation. I mean, use your discretion, you know. I'd say as long as you're polite, then there's no problem with asking someone how many sets they got left. And for the most part, most people don't really mind. I mean, if you just go up to someone, you get up in their face like, how many sets you got left, bruh? And I'll be thinking to myself like, oh, chill out there, buddy. But I don't know. See storm clouds? Yeah, don't worry about them. We've had overcast. It actually did rain overnight a little bit, I think, because I went to some areas and I could tell that it was, you know, there was just a lot of loose water around. So that plus the humidity, I feel it in my fingertips. I don't know how much experience you have with humidity, but if you feel like a damp clampiness on like your hands, your feet, then that's usually a sign of humidity. But there was no forecast for rain, so I'm not worried about it. I do have my poncho in my bag in case I need it. I always keep it there. It's a smaller one, so it's not that Grim Reaper poncho that I used to have. It's a smaller one that I bought from Walmart for like $6. It's just big enough and helps keep me dry if I get stuck in rain or whatever. Although I don't use it too often. So we haven't had any serious rain in a while here. Lucky me, I guess. Very kind in the gym, so stiffy. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. Yeah, since my neighborhood's very close to my zone, we're pretty much still in my zone after I drop this off. So that's heckin' dope. Who knows? Maybe Uber Eats will keep sending me bangers. That'd be great. In fact, actually, since we got 4 Uber Eats already, that's tied for the most Uber Eats orders I've gotten in a day in the past couple of years, which might not sound impressive, but honestly, from my standard, that's pretty freaking good. Because historically, I haven't gotten a lot of Uber Eats orders in bike mode, but it's nice to get them whenever I do. And especially if they're bangers, like today. Tech and Dope, get the bangers. Next one coming up. Rules in my gym, never let anyone in. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. The piggybackers, the freeloaders. They want to use the equipment but not buy a membership. Tried to explain, get a huge fine. He didn't stop, so I just stand there and, yeah. I was pissed and sarcastic. What a jackass. Definitely sounds like it. I appreciate your advice. It's a good, polite way to move them along. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, here we are. We have just arrived. Nice. Very nice. People who train like clowns often hurry up, yes, and move how many sets they have, just politely ask. Sounded like... Oh, I could. Yeah, you'd be surprised how much power and might I could get out of my voice. That's going to be an important thing when I start making that theme song for the channel. I don't know if you heard B, but I am working on slowly working on making an official theme song for the channel. Let me just drop this off and I'll be right back. Okay, just make sure nothing. Perfect, no spills. Nice. I love when it doesn't spill. That is heckin' dope. Alrighty. Let's hit the road. Yeah, the doors open outward. It looks like they open outward, so I put it towards the edge of the step instead of directly in front of the door. Because I know a lot of people they'll complain if you put the order directly up to an outward hinging door, you know. And I see that. I'm thinking to myself, what are you guys doing? You know, it's like that's just the easiest and most inconsiderate way to have a customer's drink spill. And it's freaking lazy, you know? But I digress. Let's see. There was a 60-plus guy who got pissed at me for not letting him in either. He was ringing the gym doorbell. Oh, Jesus. Imagine that. You know, people get mad at you for doing the right thing. It's so dumb. Can't really do anything about that, though. People have to be willing to change in order for change to happen. But how it affects you and how you go about your daily life, that part's up to you. All right, so we got DoorDash back on. Grubhub's still on, but, you know, we know about Grubhub by now. All right, so nearest hotspot is Del Taco. Doesn't really mean much at face value, though. Yeah. I can't use a sidewalk either side. Wow, lovely. Man, people are tripping, dude. I can't even use a sidewalk on either side. All right. Yeah, I love not having a sidewalk. There we go. Yeah, the people building this building over here, they got the whole sidewalk blocked off. But they got a truck parked on this sidewalk. It's like, I can't win sometimes, dude. Like, I know I've said it many times, like, cyclists, you know, just anybody on a bicycle in Titusville, we're treated like second-class citizens out here. It's a real shame, because, you know, you stand up for yourself and you call out the behavior, and you're the one in the wrong, you know? It's so dumb. But regardless of how people feel and their piss poor attitudes, I'm still going to fight for what I believe in, you know? But I digress. We're right outside of Culver's, so that's an option too. Yeah, I wonder if Uber Eats is going to keep sending me stuff. Come on, Uber Eats, give us a banger. Give us another banger, Uber Eats. I did check Roadie. I didn't see anything in there. There's like a crappy 11-mile order. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the 27, 28, 11-mile Home Depot order, 848 pounds. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that. Del Taco, we don't have them here. Yeah, I did get an Uber Eats order and a Grubhub order from there before. It seems like a nice enough place. It used to be a Sergio's Tacos, but they closed it down, and then Del Taco took their spot. Same happens when I'm like the one of 100 who drives the left in a roundabout. Oh yeah, the way that people just cut you off in a roundabout, that's ridiculous too. Crowded traffic, people come the right side. Yeah, no bueno. Everyone drives mix of right, middle. They look at me weird when I do it along with the rules. Wait a minute, you follow the rules? Who do you think you are? What kind of monster do you think you are, following the rules? Get out of here with that hippie crap. Look at me, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Yeah, imagine that, following the rules. Loser. Let's see, there's a road to the right, so if you lay it, it means you're going right, not straight. Yeah. Alright, let's come back to our zone. Yeah, I'm glad I stayed over this way today. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow too. Maybe tomorrow I'll come back to this zone in the morning. Later on, I think I'm going to head northeast, though. I think that's the right call. Because you figure the Winn-Dixie gets popping over there around the evenings. Same thing as the Dollar General. And then Saturday, it's going to be Valentine's Day, so we're going to be delivering probably a lot of wine, chocolate, and roses. Maybe those plushy teddy bears that you see in the boxes or the bins. I'll probably make up a lot of the orders. I don't know how many times I got to ring my bell before the person realizes there's a cyclist behind them as they're trying to pull out. And again, hearing impairment is not a good thing if you're driving. That is irresponsible. Sorry, not sorry. Just keeping it real. I guess we'll come over here. We're just in the Walmart parking lot at the moment. Pretty much right in the middle of everything. So maybe that'll be our advantage. Let's see. If I got $1, everything someone did something right in a roundabout, I'd be damn rich. Pisses me off. My mother said her generation didn't have many roundabouts, so they didn't learn it. That's no excuse. I'm sorry. Come on. You know, if you're still alive and you still exist on this rock that we all have to inhabit with 8+ billion people, then we can't just not learn. You know, we can't just not adapt. If that's how we acted, we'd be stuck in the Stone Age. You know, times change. You can't just be complacent and act the same just because you were from a different generation. That's freaking ridiculous, dude. And it doesn't seem anyone's updating their traffic rules knowledge either. Traffic slow because they don't understand roundabouts. Well, you know what it is too. It's people are in such a hurry, but being in such a hurry and screwing over the people around you actually makes traffic worse. So if we had more people actually like going the speed limit and not running red lights and all that stuff, then the flow of traffic would be much, much better. It would be better for everyone. It really would. But no one has enough patience to do that, you know? Let's see. Stiffy says, I meant every time someone did something wrong in a roundabout, I'd be rich because it's so rare when I see it. Like if I got $1 every time. Yeah, I know what you meant. I know what you meant. Yeah. I had the park right next to me. Yeah, I'm just going to move somewhere else. They got all the spots in the world. They had the pole right up next to me, didn't they? Oh, well. Let's go over here. Does it work? Nice. So rare someone uses the roundabout right. No, I get what you mean. I hear you. All right, we're at 48% for the streaming phone, so we still got time. And it's 11:45, so we still got time as well. You figure the lunch hours are nigh. I'm sure we'll be getting more people ordering lunch. I guess while I'm at it, we'll tally up everything this morning. So let's see. That last order was $11.19. It takes about an hour to get the tip, but we're still going to count it. If the tip amount changes, then we'll deduct it. And then this order was the $10 flat. And then $4, and then the $11.31. And then that DoorDash was $5.50, and then the roadie was $10.12. Okay, so we're at $52.12. Okay, let me see. So you'll train each muscle every fifth. I don't have a specific set of days at the moment. I'm just opportunistically going whenever I have some downtime. Because I generally prioritize my work more. Okay, so we got our next. How far is that going? All right, it says 3 miles. Actually, probably make that less. But yeah, we got our next Uber Eats order. It's paying $6.03 for about 3 miles. So we'll take it. Yeah, there we go. We got 5 Uber Eats in a day. Heck yeah, dude. Then I'm going to pause DoorDash again. I'm ready to just turn DoorDash off, to be honest. I'm about ready to just turn them off. But I'm gonna still put it on pause. So you never know. Alright, so after that order, we're gonna be at $58.15. It's not too shabby. I mean, that's about the best I've done during the daytime in quite a while. So we might be looking at $100 day today, ladies and gents. As long as I go back out and work later, which obviously I will. Because the evening is my main priority. There we go. No, I don't do 6 days in a row. I just, like I said, I go opportunistically. I don't have a set schedule right now. Got to prioritize my financial obligations right now. Just busy life, man, you know? But I do go. And I've got another obligation that I want to make sure I make enough money for. Well, that was a personal matter, so I'm not going into specifics about that. Alright, so we gotta cross the road, but that'll wait. Yeah, someone picked up all those beer cans that the drunken racist guy left around. They also put the shopping cart to the side of the sidewalk instead of covering the whole freaking thing, like that racist drunken guy did. I did clip that for a short. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but if you go to my shorts feed, you'll see the clip where that racist drunken guy was calling me the hard N-word. It was something, dude. It was something. Definitely get some colorful characters around here sometimes. Whether it's in real life or they come up in my chat and say I'm gaslighting them. It's like, you know, I don't know, man. But I take it all on the chin. That's just how I roll. Let's see. Oh, B says I'm back in the office. Yeah, we got another Uber Eats order. It's paying $6.03 for about 3 miles. It's probably a little less though, just because I have a designated shortcut area that I like to use. So that might help cut some of the distance down. But it is only 3 miles for a little over $6, so it's not too shabby. And yeah, that'll be 5 Uber Eats orders in the same day, you know? Just saying it's possible not that you should do this or that. Low volume supersets. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think I was the one that got you into the idea of supersets. So yeah, I do supersets myself. And the Jeep didn't run me over, so that's heckin' dope. And that truck is out of the way, so they're not blocking my whole freaking sidewalk because the other side is being blocked off by the construction. The construction that'll probably take, I don't know, 3-5 more years. Oh wait, it's a coffee shop, so actually it'll be done by the end of the month probably. But no, the other important stuff, oh no. They don't get that done right away. And yeah, they're building another freaking coffee shop, and they're putting it right in front of our neighborhood. So our traffic situation is going to get screwed. Because the mayor really wanted another coffee shop. Thanks a lot, mayor. You know, instead of fixing the traffic problem and driving culture in Titusville, no, let's get another goddamn coffee shop. As if we don't already have a Black Cat Coffee, a Starbucks, and a Dunkin' in the same proximity of less than a mile from each other. Imagine that. All 3 of those places are within a mile from each other. But no, we really had to have another coffee shop here. Could have had a V8. Does the Jason accept cargo trailer? Please remind me. Yes, it does. I've done a few orders with the JC and with the cargo trailer during the holidays. and it definitely handles it like a champ. I'd say it handles it probably about as well as the Juliet used to, except, you know, it's not a 130-pound bike. So it feels better, for sure. Definitely handles it well. I haven't used the cargo trailer since then, but I'm just glad to have it, you know? It's a nice to have, so when those massive banger orders do come around, I have the ability to carry them. I heard about supersets, was back from physio, but I remember you talked about it. Oh yeah, because, you know, the big thing about supersetting, it's just like the time saving that you get and the nominal elevation of heart rate. Those can definitely be some good things depending on your lifestyle. Hey puppy. Because, you know, I'd rather not spend like 2-3 hours in the gym, even though I do like to work out. It's just that my other obligations are too time demanding. And in my case with work, not only that, but also just like how volatile some of the hours can be too. Like I could keep myself on standby and go out and try to work a couple hours and barely get anything done. And then other days like today, I do come out for at least a couple hours, a few hours, and then it's busy. So the inconsistency it's frustrating to plan around that sometimes, but it comes with the territory. And just trying to get myself in a more prime position financially moving forward. I have the plan, it's just executing the plan, which I have been. But, you know, got to keep up with that. Still trying to make some time for other stuff. Like, I love making time to play my drums, but it's not usually till later in the day, a lot of the time. But then, you know, if it's that late, then there's not much of the day left, and then you're ready for bed. It's like, where'd the day go? But it's all work in progress. Let's see, you just saw a town called Isle of Palms, South Carolina. I think I've heard of that. Let's see, Stiffy says, my legs are tree trunks, no matter if I train little or more. Well, it just means you got good genetics for size and muscle in that area. That's pretty much the same for me, you know. My leg volume's not as high as it used to be, but it doesn't need to be because it's plenty high. Because I just have, you know, good genetics for the lower body development. Like I haven't done barbell squats in well over a year at least. Actually, it's been longer than that. Plus, back in 2023, when I did that 405 ATG back squat, you know, that was my lifetime goal with that exercise, was to be able to convincingly squat 4 plates aside, and with, you know, at least comp depth, but I went deeper than that. I don't know if you remember that clip or not. You guys might have seen it. It's on my other channel. It's still public. In fact, actually, that's the proudest lift I've ever. And that's something that puts me in the top 10 percentile for my given demographic, which is okay, cool, you know? Like, I'm not that kind of guy that must be the number one at anything, but if I have something substantial to show for, you know, it's something that I'm proud of, and people are like, oh, hey, nice work, dude. I'm like, hey, that's cool. I mean, it took quite a few sets of 3 plates for sets of 8 for me to really build the confidence to finally go for it. Because I remember back in 2021, I went for 175 kilogram back squat at comp depth for the squat. And unfortunately, I misloaded I misloaded with the right side. And even though I got to the bottom, I got to the depth, I moved incorrectly, and I unfortunately I had to bail the lift. I had the safety bars on the sides, but I felt really discouraged from that. But I was also, taking it more workmanlike rather than like a genuine pleasure to work towards. So my mindset was different back then. And then eventually I worked towards not only that, but I also did it more convincingly. It moved a lot better. And then I went for the 405, and man, it was smooth as butter, dude. It went smooth as butter. Again, my proudest lift. And if there's any exercise I look back at fondly, it's that one. Like any milestone that I look back fondly, it's that one for sure. And like, you gotta be a biased hater to be like, there's a parallel. It's like, oh no, absolutely was, man. Absolutely, it was below. That's the thing, it was below parallel. I like to squat deep, Even if I'm not doing barbell squats, I still like to squat deep. That way I'm getting that gnarly extension of the hips at the bottom, and I'm just getting that just crazy stretch on the quads up by the knee. It feels great, dude. It's from all those Asian squats that I do. I do them every day, Asian squats. It's a very good isometric. Just help build that strength and stability at the bottom position of a squat. It's a good mobility builder. I want to keep doing that as long as I can, Maintain that, even try to improve it as much as I can too. Will my gastro not... Oh, okay, you're talking about calves. I'll have to read that in a second. All right, we just got to the hot walk. Let's see if it's ready. They're pretty good about the wait times in here, so it might be ready. I'll be right back. The order was ready, so that's heckin' dope. Here we are. Nice, very nice. Oh yeah, this has a QR code. Hold on. Is it gonna work? There we go. All right, where are they at? Are they where I think they are? Oh, this must be a different customer. I know where that's at though. Well, we'll pack it in the front. Let's go. This front basket coming in clutch today. I could also fit pretty much every roadie order I get in this thing too, with like the rare exception, but for the most part, fits them just fine. We still got some range left in the battery, and since you guys know I got dual battery, we got plenty to keep going in case we get more orders. Let's see. Orders come out fast today. Oh, yeah, man. I don't know if that's going to be the case this weekend, though. But I'm just glad that the orders they're just cranking them out. Thoughts on Revival Fitness short against Leonidas? I mean, if confirmation bias had muscles, I think Revival Fitness would be that. He's very confirmation biased. And I don't really like that about him. He's also very dogmatic about barbells. Kind of like how Mark Ripito is. Because I know he's a fan of Ripito, like a big fan of Ripito. He's been critical of him too, calling him dogmatic. But then, ironically, he's just as dogmatic as he is. Imagine that. And he pushes dangerous nutritional advice to like the raw milk stuff. But I'm not going down that rabbit hole. But yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, he's had some form cues and stuff I agree with, and I do like how he prioritizes free weights and stuff. That's great. But he also, I hate this expression that he uses, hopscotch against the machines. Pardon me, sir. Like, he says that phrase, hopscotch on the machines, you know, when people like use a lot of machines in their programming. And I just think that's a very blanket statement. It just depends on your goals. It also depends on your age, you know. You might be in your 60s and 70s and you want to keep building muscle, but you just don't have the joint strength to keep doing like 400 pound, 500 pound bench presses and squats. So what are you going to do? Use machines. Or maybe that you really just want that isolated contraction with a specific muscle group, like, you know, preacher curl machine for biceps or stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with that. So while I get what he's trying to say, at the same time, again, it's just very dogmatic. And the only reason why he has a problem with Alex Leonidas is because he's short, as he says, manlet, right? He likes to poke fun at short people just because they have more muscle than him. They're bigger and stronger than him relative to their heights. It's just, he's vain and he's jealous. You know, and I just don't think that makes for a good role model as a fitness influencer. Which he is. He absolutely is a fitness influencer. You know, you're 50,000 subscribers, and, you know, your thousands of views, and you sell programs and books and supplements. So yeah, you're a fitness influencer. I just don't think he's a good role model for that. I'll have to check out the calf question in a bit. Yeah, we're almost at a drop off. Short people have better center of gravity too. Yeah. I mean, you figure a smaller frame means you're able to fill it out more quickly. And if you look at a lot of shorter bodybuilders, you look at the shape of their muscles, they tend to look rounder. You know, they have like a more pleasing, rounded complexion to them compared to someone with longer arms and legs, because it's harder to fill out bigger bones. That's science. That's objective, man. Now, there are outliers, there are exceptions. You know, a bodybuilder like Paul Dillette, he competed in the 90s, 6'3", 280, 290 pounds. And he had those coveted small joints for a big man. And he had those round, full muscle bellies of someone like a half foot shorter than him, you know? Very impressive. But, I mean, he was a genetic phenom, so, you know, that's more of an exception to the rule type thing, you know? Revival Fitness, GVS had things going on off as well. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
All right. Yep, that's how I roll. I'm dropping off Uber Eats for Elizabeth.
Straight in, door on your left.
All right, thanks. But yeah, that whole thing with Jeffrey Verity Schofeld, GVS, and Revival Fitness. So it technically Jeffrey started it first. He basically called Revival Fitness a sellout. You know, which, don't get me wrong, I don't disagree with that. But then Revival Fitness had a chip on his shoulder with him about that. So then he started with the not being natty accusations against him. And don't get me wrong, like, you know, yes, he's got some he's got some freaky muscle groups. His arms and shoulders are enormous, especially for a natural lifter, right? But if you look at the rest of his physique, like he's well developed. He's tall. He's got a big frame. I think he weighs close to 200 pounds when he's ripped. But that doesn't scream not natty to me. You know, like I do actually think he's natural. He just has extremely good arm and shoulder genetics. And when you look at the arms and shoulders and they're just really big and they have like that coveted roundness and completeness to them, it looks freaky. It looks suspicious, but no, it looks real, you know? I mean, if you look at his back, he's not particularly wide. And if you look at his legs, they're well developed, but they're not freakishly huge. And whenever he cuts down, you know, you can tell he loses a lot of fullness in his physique. Like that to me is probably the biggest sign that he's natural, is the fact that he doesn't retain that full round look when he's, you know, when he cuts down, when he dies down, to the point where you can see a striated lower back. That's what they call a Christmas tree. That's the nickname for it. Christmas tree is just a striated, dried out lower back. So it looks, you know, again, those muscle groups look very impressive, but the rest of his physique is solid, but nothing that screams not natural to me. And, you know, he had every right to defend himself and call out Revival Fitness for being a sellout, because he is. So, yeah, that's how I feel about that. And, yeah, hold on. I will get to your question, Stiffy. Let's see. We got Lala in the house. What's going on, Lala? It's been pretty busy with Uber Eats today. We only did one DoorDash and a roadie, but the other 5 orders were Uber Eats. And they were bangers, too. That was heckin' dope. And we're at about $58 and change for the morning, which is really good for my standards. And that's over double what we did yesterday morning in less time. So definitely a big step up this morning. What's going on, Eric? How you doing, bud? Good to see you. Do you work today? How you feeling? I know you said you were sick yesterday. You feeling any better? What's going on, Albert? How you doing? Good to see you. I'm doing all right. Busy morning. Good busy. Definitely a good busy. I like whenever I come out and dash, I want to be busy, you know? I want to be able to work as much as I can. And get as many orders as I can. And even if the orders aren't great, you know, if it's reasonable enough, if it helps keep the wheels turning, then so freaking be it, you know? Let's see. Eric says, I'm okay. Thanks for asking. Nice. Very nice. Glad to hear it. You still doing that karaoke for Valentine's Day? What day? What is that? Is that going to be tonight? Let me see. I know you got karaoke coming up. And I saw your post about the teeth ASMR thing. It's like, you know, it's brain rot content that people just like to watch. They're fascinated because it's weird. And yeah, it's weird, whatever. But who cares? You know, you stick to your thing. You do what you want to do. You do what you're drawn to, that you feel passionate about. Forget about what other people do, you know? Because, I don't know, I just find it, like, not good mental health-wise when you start seeing the success of other people that make this half-ass ridiculous content, and then you're giving it your all, and it's like, oh, why am I not getting so many views? Why am I not getting so many people? It's like, forget about it, man. Don't worry about it. You're good. You got a good thing going. You just keep doing that good thing. Because, you know, you got a lot of cool people that will support you, have supported you, and that'll keep going. And as long as they keep doing that, to me, that matters more than having like 20,000 views. I'd rather have 200 views of loyal people than 20,000 views of a bunch of nobodies that'll never show up on my channel ever again. But that's just me. Let me go back to that question that, let's see. Yeah, Stiffy had a question about calves. I've heard about supersets way back from physio. Okay, I read that one. Is only calf raises seated once a week enough for at least maintaining, even though it's more soleus? 2x8 of 20 once a week. Well, I mean, if building the size of your calves is a priority, then you do want to do at least one variation of the leg extended and the leg flexed, aka seated or standing. Because when you stand, you're getting more of that gastrocnemius. That's that heart-shaped bulbous part of the calf that attaches to the back of the knee. And then the soleus runs more parallel to your shin bones down into the ankle. So if you see like a deep split down the side of someone's leg, that's the soleus sticking out. And the gastrocnemius, that bulge that attaches to the back of the knee. So that the gastrocnemius is more involved when the leg is extended. The gastrocnemius is more involved when the leg is flexed. And of course, we know with calf muscles, the primary function they have is to synergize with plantar flexion, dorsiflexion of the ankle. So when you plantar flex, that means your heel is up and the ball of your foot is down. When you dorsiflex, it looks like a dorsal fin. Heel down, ball up, right? So heel up, ball down, that's plantar flex. Heel down, ball up, that's dorsiflex. But yeah, I would say like if you're gonna do low volume for calves, just pick one each, do them on separate days, or you can combine them in one day and just call it a day if you want. So hope that answers your question. Albert says, I kind of want to shave my... You know, it's funny you mentioned that, Albert. I had someone say they want me to wax my chest on stream, and I'm like, nah. I mean, maybe if I like become a paid spokesperson to donate my chest hair to the needy, if that's a thing, maybe. But otherwise, no, I'm good. So it's the Irish in me, the Sasquatch hair. Although surprisingly, I don't have back hair. I'm very thankful I don't. That's like the one area I don't have hair, is my back. Thank goodness. Personally, I don't find it very appealing, so I'm glad that my genetics worked out in my favor with that. And also worked out with having the beard. So, let me check roadie real quick, see if there's any roadies. It's starting to slow down a little bit, I think. But we're still out here. We still got battery life. We're at 37% for the streaming phone. I actually have more battery life on the streaming phone. Who would have thought? Who'd have thunk? Let's see. One set of stretch out, 2 set of seated. I can just do that. Oh, so three sets total. So so I guess a standing variation, just 1 set of that, and then 2 sets of the seated. Is that what you're referring to? Let me get some water. Yeah, better. Yeah, I say we move around a little bit. So we're right by 7-Eleven and Hot Walk. that was that restaurant that we stopped at for the Uber Eats order we just dropped off. And then Dollar General and Subway are a little under a mile southeast from here. Not focusing on calves. Don't want to load up to a leg press for minutes since it's not a priority. Yeah, that's fair. Hey, you know, that's it's good enough. You know, just one hard set can be good enough. You know, that is one thing that is true about Mentor training. Wee, you spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Yeah, I was going in circles now. Oh yeah, I remember you from earlier. I still don't know how to pronounce your name from Italy, but appreciate you coming back. Hope you're having a good day. We were pretty busy with Uber Eats earlier, just delivering some Uber Eats orders. Maybe I'll go in that parking lot with the hot walk. They got a bench over there. Maybe we can sit there for a little bit until we get an order. Appreciate everyone that's been hitting the like button and hanging out with me today. You guys are heckin' dope. I'll check that out in a second. Come right up to the bench over here. Watch them send me an order as soon as I get to the bench. Like, thinking about taking a break?
Well, actually, we have an order for you. We'd also like to sell you a beachside property. Just send us 1 Bitcoin.
All right. My man Niples are screaming. I know what the Niples is. Have a wonderful day. I have a sunburn. That's a interesting sentence. Have a wonderful day. I'm sunburned. Yeah. Well, you too, man, Nipples. You have a wonderful day too, and hopefully your sunburn feels better soon. Stiffy asks, thoughts on cable wood choppers mid? Would they build oblique muscles? Just doing 2 sets a week, not a priority. I mean, that's fine. I have mixed opinions on obliques in the bodybuilding sense, because if your obliques are overdeveloped, it makes your waistline look thicker, and a thick waistline is not very appealing in competition. Because if your waist looks wider, your shoulders and lats have to be much wider to make up for it. But if you have a narrow structure, then, I would say don't really train your obliques much, but that depends. Now, if you got a really small waistline, then you can. Hey, what's going on, David? How you doing? It's your boy. Yep. Are you waiting for orders? Oh, actually, it was pretty busy today earlier, David. I started. Yeah, we've been live a little over 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So I started a few hours ago, and we're at about $58 and change, which is really good for this time of day. That's really good for this time of day for sure. So it's actually been pretty busy. We did one DoorDash, we did a roadie, and then we had 5 Uber Eats orders, and 4 of them were the platinum orders, so that was cool. So yeah, we're doing a heck of a lot better this time of day than yesterday for sure, big time. What about you, David? You out dashing too? What you got going on? Yeah, legendary name. Did you see the comment about GVS split? GVS split. GVS was gifted when it came to handling overlap slips. He could even do legs, torso, shoulders, arms, rest, repeat one day, then repeat. Something like that. He's the amount of volume he does and the intensity he does is freaking nuts, man. I don't know how he does it. He does have really good cardiovascular endurance, so maybe that's got something to do with it. Because I know he's talked a lot about, he was a runner for many years, and it's not like he stopped running. He still does that, from what I recall, anyway. So he must have really good cardiovascular, cardiorespiratory genetics, and yeah, that does have a positive correlation with, with your circuit training, resistance training. Let's see. David says, you know what? I'm at $60 so far, just DoorDash. You've been out 2.5 hours. Hey, way to go. That's not too bad. It's pretty good. Yeah, it was mostly Uber Eats for me today. So that was cool. And we'll see about what else we get. 2 comments about where's the all right, I gotta scroll back and find it. I don't know how far back it was. Yeah, I don't know how far back that other one was. He could do that split many years. Imagine 2 times a week, shoulders, arms. It grows arms like crazy. I don't know if that was the one. He does lower or upper lower split now. 2 upper days, 1 lower. Oh, okay. Focus more on cardio. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you figured too, he also has a pretty big fitness channel of his own. And I'm sure maybe he just has a busy life. Well, not maybe. I'm very certain he's got a pretty busy life. So sure, he's trying to just keep the amount of days and the amount of time at the gym streamlined, I guess. Which is fair. Let's see. David says, yeah, ain't bad. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're basically just $2 short of our $60 goal today already. So when I go back out and work later, I think $100 should be inevitable. Unless we get crappy weather. But we'll see what happens. But it's just nice to be able to reach that goal nice and early in the day. It's not every day I do that. I mean, a lot of the time it's been a struggle to even make $60 in a day at all. But I do remember February being a better month than January for me, so thankfully that seems to be holding true. My gym is the DoorDash app making dollars. Yeah, that's fair. Let's check Rody again. There is a roadie. Let's see what we got. Okay, so it is a CVS order, but it's the CVS over by Garden Street. That's about 4 miles northeast from where I'm at. And that's going 7 miles for $11.70. So technically, I'd have to go 11 miles for the whole trip. So no thanks. We're going to just ignore that. It's good strength, the muscles and bones as well. Yeah. All right, so we did get that tip from the other. Oh, hey, let's go. We got more. We got more. Check it out. So that one order was paying 10 flat. It's up to 10.40. Hooray! Yay! Nice. That somewhat makes up for the other day when that one customer took back $1.67. And that was just because of that freaking sparkling water crap. So, hurrah! That's heckin' dope. A GV? No, I said CVS, but I know what you're trying to do. Silly stiffy. You are a silly lad. Noise bridge. Yes. Noise indeed. Very noise. All right. Yeah, we're doing pretty darn good today. Doing pretty darn good. Okay. What do we got? Oh, carrot with cream is back. Hello, carrot with cream. Isn't it spelled nice? Yeah, but you know, it's how I like to say it. Noise. So it's Noise or Noice. Noise. Is Uber Eats on? Yeah, I still have Uber Eats on. I haven't turned it off. I still got DoorDash on, and Grubhub is still on too. Oh, actually, you know what I'm curious about? Let me see if I got any contribution pay. Nah, I didn't get any contribution pay yet. That's a shame. Although I would prefer to actually get Grubhub orders instead of contribution pay, but whatever. So like that meme. Oh, the older guy when he's talking about stuff and he's like, nice. Yeah, that meme. DoorDash, yeah, DoorDash one as well. Mike doesn't like dope, but he says heckin' dope. Oh yeah, dope in the slang where, you know, if you think something's cool or awesome or nice, you're like, that's dope. Except for me, I took the heckin' part from like the cat dog memes, and then I took dope, the slang, and then I'm like, heckin' dope. Which I think is in the Urban Dictionary, but I've never heard anyone else say heckin' dope the way that I do. So that's my phrase. So, same thing with henwo fwens. I actually came up with henwo fwens because, you know, again, the cat dog memes when they say henlo, but I say henwo instead because I think it sounds cuter or sillier or funnier, whatever, just me. And then fwens, because, again, the cat dog memes where they say friend, but it's F-R-E-N, but I replaced the R with a W. So I just combined the two of them, say henwo friends instead of henlo friends or henlo friends. I say henwo friends. Peptides are heckin' dope, bro. I'm sure they are, Slade. I'm sure they are. Because dope are cool. Well, we're not talking like literal dope, as in like the recreational dope, just the slang for, you know, saying something's cool. Last night I had to shop 3 Plan Bs, the victory of a DoorDash CVS order. I see. Let's see. I did 2 GoPuff orders on DoorDash. Haven't seen GoPuff in forever on DoorDash. GoPuff with DoorDash? Huh. And so, wait a minute. Did DoorDash buy them out? I don't have a GoPro or GoPuff warehouse over by me, so I don't use GoPuff. Huh. Well, look at that. Yeah, I'm looking at their website right now. And yeah, DoorDash says GoPuff delivery near you. Huh. So they must have bought them out, didn't they? I think Uber and DoorDash. Huh. That's interesting. I know Postmates was bought by Uber. Yeah, I had no idea. Interesting. Let's see. Slade asks, "Are you straight edge, brah? You are straight edge." Straight edge. What does that mean? Straight edge slang. Strict, lifelong abstinence from alcohol, tobacco, illegal drugs. Yeah. I guess in that sense, yes, I am straight edge, brah. Going on 5 years sober, no alcohol, and I don't do 420, which is funny because I reference the number 420 a lot, and I know what it means, but I actually don't do 420. I get very bad reactions to it, so I just don't do it. It's funny, I'm like the only person in my family that doesn't. Yeah. And then cigarettes, I never even bother with cigarettes or cigars, any of that. I think cigarettes smell absolutely awful. Like, just very, very unpleasant. It smells like I'm walking in a freaking crematory, which is unpleasant. So no thanks. No Dash Marts by you. Yeah, I don't have Dash Mart over by me either. I don't think our city's big enough to have a Dash Mart. Like Titusville is not a big city. It's not very population dense. It's not like crazy booming economically. It's a smaller suburban city. I mean, the suburban part's good, but you know, the smaller city part, not so much, I guess. And that's a big reason why you guys tend to see like a more modest dashing history with me. It's because modest is about the best it gets here. And trust me, if any of you guys came here, you'd be humbled real quick. So count your blessings and consider yourselves lucky if you live in a thriving market. There's people like me, you know, I'm out here working just as hard, making do with what I got. And you know, I really don't have a problem with that. Hi in Italy. Yeah, I've seen you. Dash Mart is 2 miles away from where I start my dash. I got you. I'm a cigarette phobe. It is what it is. Just can't handle it. Like Slade, it's disgusting. Yeah, I definitely agree. Won't shake a smoker's hand or be in their house if I can avoid. I don't blame you there either. Dash Marts usually exist in dense area, more suburban cities. Yeah, we got the suburban part, but not the dense part. You're getting the carrot and the cream, working hard. Well, we were earlier. Yeah, we're not getting any carrots or cream right now. Excuse me. Still a little stuffy. It's all the freaking pollen everywhere, dude. I mean, I sound a little better than yesterday, though. Actually, quite a bit yesterday. Let's check roadie again. E-bike dashing getting common now in my area. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I think people realize, like, I think more people are starting to realize, like, you can do a lot of the same stuff as you would with a car, but with a bike instead, and save money. You know, not having to pay gas and any of that stuff. That makes sense, you know, and plus you're getting fresh air, you get some exercise, all the good stuff. Hey, what's up, Dan? How you doing? Good to see you. Long time no see. Yeah, I only started my bike dashing streams again this past Monday, but I'm doing them more. 'Cause I'm actually, you know, I'm up for the more. That burnout from all that bike dashing streaming I used to do is largely subsided. So that's why I've been streaming more. I've been up for it more, in other words. People in my family that smoke, to stay away as much as possible. Let's see. David says that is right. Seen a dasher the other day on one wheel 2 days ago. Oh, like one of those unicycles? Those like those electric unicycles? I know Biking DC has one. I don't know if he still uses that though. Because if I'm not mistaken, isn't it his outro where he's on that unicycle? Keep getting the orders in? Yeah, hopefully. Just waiting to see who's going to send me anything. I'll give it a little longer, and if... Yeah, let's see. It's 12:39, so I'll give it till 1. And if I don't get an order by 1 o'clock, then we'll wrap up. Hey, there's Brad Pitt. What's up, Brad Pitt? You know, I like handsome men like me. Good for you, dude. Handsome, even the sun can't make me. Jesus. Even the sun can't make you more hot. Sure. Whatever you say, Mr. Brad. Yeah, no roadies. But yeah, we'll give it till 1 o'clock. It's 12:40 right now. If I don't get anything else, then we'll wrap up and head home. But, you know. You pity the bread that has tobacco on it. Yeah. I guess I'll move around a little bit too. Then you'll come back out later. Later. Yeah. Oh, like even if I'm not streaming, I pretty much always work. You know, like the breakfast to lunch and then evening, pretty much every day. I figure those are the 2 best time periods for me to come out and work. So it makes sense for me to come out those times. And as often as I can. And especially the evening. The evening is the one that I usually prioritize more. There's just more people ordering. So even though there's more drivers out, likely anyway, there's quite a few more orders. So I usually tend to at least make a few bucks. I mean, even last night, you know, I didn't exactly do great, but I still made about 40 bucks coming out for a couple hours. So if I didn't go out, I would have made that, you know. But it was just unusually busy this morning. It's never this busy during this time of day. Except maybe the weekends, but that hasn't really been the case for a while. But it is cool when it happens, you know. dinner hours for Thursday. Honestly, like the dinner hours, I can almost always make a few bucks. Although the weekends, I usually make more. Well, more specifically, Friday, Saturday. Those would be my best days for the evening. And the afternoon is usually best for Sundays for me. Although sometimes the evenings can be pretty good. And then Monday through Thursday, typically the daytime hours are not that good, even though, again, today was quite the pleasant exception. And then evenings are moderate, I guess. So, is that. I'm heading back towards the house, but I'm still keeping the apps on in case they send me anything along the way. So we'll see what happens. Sometimes moving around can help. Yeah, if I like sit or stand for a few minutes, nothing happens, then I'll usually just move a bit. But I'm not gonna like spend the whole time just riding the bike and being wasteful of my range, you know? Let's see, Never Enough Brad, one of the actors that will be remembered 200 years from now. Perhaps. Although it does come down to how much people enjoy the movies that you were in. So in that case, I guess you're good. Let's see, you gotta eat, take care of yourself so the nails grow. Oh yeah, Mr. Toenails, that's true. You are not wrong, Mr. Toenails. Any randomized control trials on eating toenails? Honestly, I have no idea. Maybe that's a thing. You know, family tradition. Yeah, I know. I know Shipped is usually its busiest on Sundays for me. So maybe that'll be the case too. We'll see. Let me check Rhodey again. Yeah, nothing. That's okay. Oh, the weather's pretty nice out here. Feels good. Yeah, the pollen's everywhere, though. I gotta show you guys. I'll show you the pollen. Lots and lots of pollen. Hey, what's up, Guilford? Thanks for popping in. But yeah, whenever I say the pollen, you know, that's the thing that's like making my sinuses flare up. It's freaking everywhere. Do you see all that brown stuff? It's like that light brown stuff. It's everywhere, dude. And it all comes from these plants out here. Yeah, excuse me. It's freaking everywhere, dude. Yeah, especially over by the canal, too. The canal over just freaking carpets and carpets of pollen. But hey, you know, we're still alive, we're still kicking, pollen or not. So it's all good. See, how many miles have we been? So yeah, we made a little over $58 so far today, right? And we've went 17.63 miles. So that's almost, yeah, that's well over $3 a mile. That's pretty good. Definitely like when that happens, you know. You don't have to go a ton of miles and you still make pretty good money for the mileage. Oh, is that Cornelius? Hey, Cornelius, how you doing? Good to see you. Keep working hard. young man, you will be rewarded. Yeah. Well, I look at it this way too. The only way to find out if you get rewarded is to work hard and to keep going, you know? You never know what the reward is if you just give up, right? I know I've had those kind of revelations last year, especially. You know, you figure last year, that 17-year prophecy of being a monetized content creator came true. And then having my first $200 days as a bike dasher. Nah. Ew. Yuck. You know, it's like I never would have found out if those things were going to happen for me unless I worked hard and kept at it and never gave up. And it came true. It's like, heck yeah, man. You know, I stuck out the process and found out whether or not it was going to work out. That is heckin' dope. Hello, squirrel. Goodbye, squirrel. How's marriage going? Are your kids in... Nah, I'm not married and I don't have kids. Yeah, still nothing with roadie right now. Hey, we did get that roadie order earlier, and it was pretty good. Mix things up. It's my age. Don't worry about it, Cornelius. You're good. Hey, Big Javi, how you doing? Good to see you. I forgot who it was. I think it was either Corey or Dean. They were gifting channel memberships the other day, and you were one of the lucky recipients. So that was heckin' dope. Welcome to the Cobb Squad, and feel free to live it up with those channel emojis and the exclusive benefits like early access to content. Appreciate your continued patronage. You are heckin' dope. Hope you're having a lovely Thursday today. Yeah, I'm just moving around, seeing what we can get order-wise. Maybe I'll make a U-turn. What time we got? It is 12:50. Okay. So we got 10 more minutes. I'm giving myself 10 more minutes to get another order, and if we don't get an order before then we're going to wrap up till later on. I'll come back out later. I might stream later too. I might. No promises, but I might. Because like I said the other day, you know, I'll live stream when I'm up for it. So if you guys happen to get a live stream, that means I was up for it. That's the big difference now compared to back then when I was constantly pushing the streaming pretty much every day, multiple times a day for over 6 consecutive months. That's when we were working towards the monetization for the channel. I just got very burnt out, as you guys know. But things are different now. Oh, we got fresh pollen out here. Lots of fresh pollen. Came from that palm tree. I think that's where a lot of the pollen's coming from. I think a lot of it's coming from these palm trees out here. Let's see. Stiffy says Mike's going to adopt British short hairs in the future. Well, I don't know. You never know. You never know if a cute little British short hair cat needs to be rescued or adopted. I guess it's a possibility. Or as Louis Marco would say, possibilities, baby, please. They fit his lifestyle. Let's see. Big job. He's got some emojis going on. That's heckin' dope. And Cornelius asks, so he's going to adopt English children with short... No, it's a breed of cat, a British short hair. It's a cat. They're cute. My buddy Ulf, he's got a very cute and chill British short hair cat named Lilia. In fact, I actually, for him being the longest supporter I've had on YouTube, he's been supporting me since my other channel. I made a British short hair emoji of his cat Lilia in honor of that. So there's that. Hey Sonny, how's it going? Good to see you. We're doing pretty good, Sonny. It's pretty slow right now, but it was busy earlier. We got 5 Uber Eats orders today. So in addition to that DoorDash and that roadie order that we got earlier, we got 5 Uber Eats orders. So we're at about $58 and change. So we're almost to 60 bucks. I've given myself a few more minutes to possibly get another order before I wrap up for the afternoon. Just because, you know, it's dying down, I can tell. Like I'm having to wait a lot longer to get another order. So that's usually a sign that the orders are slowing down. But still, the fact that we pulled off $58 already, you know, it's definitely a good sign. So pretty much all I got to do is come back out later, make like $40 and change, and we basically crack 100 bucks. So that'll be good. And weather permitting, I should be able to come back out later and work some more. And Sonny's got the corntastic emoji. Yeah, that is corntastic indeed. Let's see. Stiffy says cats, they are exposed for being lazy. Yeah, the British short hair was exposed for being lazy. Then they got banned from Norway. Talking about cats like they're in a video game. Those cats look so big and strong, very chubby. Are they overweight? Well, I know they got like, I wouldn't say they're all overweight or chubby. Maybe it's just the way that their fur looks. Yeah, this battery is about to run out. Well, it's a good thing we got our other battery. It looks, yeah, it's on its last leg. So we're gonna swap batteries. That's it. Okay, that was simple enough. It's literally, I just swap the battery cable from the motor controller from one battery to the other, and then just turn the key. That's pretty much it. So in other words, they're not both plugged in at the same time. I just plug one in, and whenever I'm ready to swap the other battery, that's what I do. All right, 4 more minutes. Let's see if we get an order in 4 minutes. What do you guys think? You think we're going to get an order at 12:59 p.m. before I wrap up at 1 o'clock? You guys think that's going to happen? They could get faster overweight because they aren't as active, and big bones with thick fur. Yeah, I see. My master told me a tick couldn't get to the skin because the fur is so thick. Oh. Oh, it seems like they don't have to worry about like fleas and ticks as much as other cats, I guess. And Cornelia says, interesting. Yeah, that is pretty interesting. But yeah, Ulf's cat Lilia, the British short hair, she's a little cutie. So chill. He sent me quite a few videos where she's just laying down completely on her back with her belly up. Just looking so nonchalant, so chill. It's adorable. Then he had another clip of her doing the bunny kicks when she was playing with the toy. She was doing the little bunny kicks. Cute little catto. All right, 12:57, 3 more minutes. T-minus under 3 minutes before we wrap up. Come on, Uber Eats. Come on, Grubhub. Come on, DoorDash. Roadie. Shipped. Anybody? All right, there is a roadie. Let's check it out. Oh, it's the same. It's the same one from earlier. 27, 78, 11 miles, but it's got the 848 pounds. So, nah. Yeah, we gotta skip that. Let's see. Stiffy says it's insane. The bunny kick signature lays on the back, random out of nowhere. I mean, that's how you can tell that a cat is comfortable when, you know, they flash their belly up like that. Definitely a sign of trust and comfort. Cross her paws, bunny kicks, scratch DJ. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty much about to approach the house now. 12:59. We got 1 more minute. We'll turn around if we get an order. 1 o'clock, baby. We got 1 more minute. Let's see if we get an offer by then. Probably not. Still, we did pretty good today. We still did pretty darn good. We're only like less than $7 less than, not $7 less, but about $7 less than yesterday already. So that's a good sign. My name is a cataholic, or my master's a cataholic who is anti-theist, pun intended, not religious at all. Yeah, that's fair. Can't say I'm religious either. I grew up in a Catholic household, but never really stuck with me. Okay. That's off. Yep, it's 1 o'clock, so. All right. I'm going to say we're wrapping up. And let me just turn these off. So we're going to turn off DoorDash. Turn off the mile tracker. So it's about how we did. I mean, a lot of that time was downtime that we were just waiting to get another order. But I mean, miles, we didn't even go 20 miles today. So it's over $3 a mile. Good stuff. For a little over $58. Pretty decent. Turn that off. And we did our Grubhub blocks, but didn't really get anything from Grubhub. So, yeah. All right, we're good to go. So, anyway, we're back home. Apps are off. I'm going to call it an afternoon for now. And I'll definitely be working later on tonight. Maybe I'll live stream. So just keep an eye on your shorts feed or notifications. I don't know if you guys get notified when I live stream or not. But anyway, appreciate everyone that came by today and hung out with me for a while and hit the like button, do all those good things and stuff. You guys are heckin' dope. But anyway, love you guys. Appreciate you continue supporting my channel. I'll see you around. Take care.